everybody for a spotter, and you were gonna be it till you said that.
I didn't even sign up.
I know, because you're not gonna make it. I would have asked you, but I'm like, you can't even make session because of band practice.
Nah.
What were you playing, Dante?
Halo 1 with Bob.
Ooh.
Been going through the story like I told X.
I'll be down to finish that up.
Gotta finish that, man. We're doing the level keys, which is a pain in the dick. Almost as bad as library.
Oh, fucking library with 343.
Fucking hate.
I think I went back and replayed that game a couple years ago when they initially released the
Remastered?
Halo Remastered. Yeah,
I mean, you remember
and just
why you
playing
played
that
library?
game. Yeah, just playing it and not being able to like sprint or have ADS. It's a very weird, like it's very nostalgic and weird experience.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
God.
everything
Playing Reach
in
with
that,
your 3 seconds of sprint, I was like, God damn it.
Yeah. Sprint.
I am a super soldier. I am a super soldier. I am a super.
Here's the thing.
But not the real super soldiers.
Here's
You're
the
the
thing
throwaway trash ones.
Here's the thing that bugs me, right? Because when you use sprint, it feels like that's how fast you're supposed to move in the game
Totally.
normally. But you feel so much slower in Reach, and it bugs the shit out of me. That's what really bothers me about it. It's not.
Yeah, but I mean, playing because I think it was balanced for like multiplayer, and so playing that and sprinting all the time, sprinting, coming out of sprint, popping ADS, and then lather, rinse, repeat. I think that's a lot of where.
When was the
comes
last
from.
time there was a heavy gear game?
Long time ago. Forever ago?
Yeah, because I'm like listening to this and I'm like, yo, I liked heavy gear. Whatever happened to that?
You know what I liked? I liked Mech Warrior. I wish there was a good Mech Warrior game.
Isn't there a Mech Warrior game that, like
Don't
just
tell me
came out?
Mech Warrior 5.
Oh, I mean, I haven't played it. I don't be knowing.
There
You
you
watch
go.
your mouth.
No, that's the big boy right there.
There you go. I was looking at that one because the one that you sent me only had a length of, what, 88 feet or something like that?
Only a
Only.
C-130 is only 90
Yeah, I know,
feet.
only 88 feet, yeah.
The thing about Mech Warrior 5 is it's not competitive online. Like, it's just co-op, which is chill. I mean, don't get me wrong. But I want to blast some dudes. I want the old, like, Mech Warrior Living Legends or...
Oh, I see what you're getting at. You wanted like something. So what is this? How big is the sky yacht in your head?
Massive.
Like, cause I'm thinking like 100.
In my head? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah,
in my
so
head,
that's
it's
the
like
thing
a small,
is this 314 Clipper is 106 feet.
Is this 100? No, 106
It's got a
feet.
wingspan of 152.
Yeah, 106 feet. Yeah, I'm thinking the yacht is at least 100 feet,
Boeing
if not bigger.
737.
Yeah.
Like, no, actually, I should correct it. I think the cargo area, like the effective cargo area, from where it opens to the front, is 100 feet. So, like, that's not counting all the shit that stretches out to the tail in my head.
Yeah,
Like-
I'll probably alter some of the stats on the C Senorita in the Roll 20 after game or whatever. But look at this, dude. 68 fucking day passengers or 36 sleeping passengers. 5 fucking short tons of cargo.
Hell yeah.
That's more like the C Senora.
Yeah.
My favorite is the crew. The recommended crew is 11.
Yes. Yeah, sure, you can fly it by yourself, but
Fucking skeleton crew.
you really should have people there.
Yeah, it's a total of 4 engines, 4 turboprop engines.
If you look
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
picture for the C Senorita, though, or the C Senora, it has a fucking... it has 6 props.
Yep.
If I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
mistaken.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking was like, honestly, like I said for the last fucking time we were playing, the most fantastical thing about this world is the fuel efficiency.
Oh, I could choke that.
Yeah.
I'm in
I
a
can make you
problem.
eat dog shit. That's fine.
Hey, no problem, man.
No, I like it. I like it.
All right, Spoon, you've got to fucking refuel at least 14 times a session now.
Okay.
You're like a diesel hummingbird. That's your major limitation. You have to constantly be guzzling fucking diesel.
Yeah, what was the last time?
C Senora has to be directly plugged into Saudi Arabia in order to fly. Just a hose following it around from place to place.
Damn it!
It's like those little planes that were on a string and they just go in circles from way back in the day.
Yeah,
It's
it's
the same-
exactly it, dude.
Hit your lemon, just
pointing
like
the shotgun at you, Antonius. Where is my diesel?
Fucking Terminus turns into a fucking basically a crackhead for diesel.
I'm gonna call you Tim instead of Term.
It's like scratching his metal neck. Somebody say diesel.
Top speed, 200 miles an hour. Jesus.
There you go.
Did someone in here say
That's the
diesel?
6 engine.
Is that
148.
Look at that thing.
Yep, there it is. That's definitely in line with what I was.
105 passengers.
That thing is fucking awesome.
Dude, yeah, that's cool as hell.
That is pretty cool. Yeah. How much is the rate of climb? That's
Fuck
not bad.
Coalition Ranch. Coalition Ranch. Let's start Coalition Seaplane.
I did it.
Oh, there it mentions it in the design. The Princess featured a rounded, bulbous, double bubble pressurized fuselage which contained 2 full passenger decks.
Dude,
Yep, that's the
Dante
season.
loves that rounded double bubble.
Oh,
Who doesn't
yeah.
love that rounded double bubble? You know what I'm saying?
That thing's fucking awesome.
All right, so yeah, maximum speed 380 miles an hour. Cruising speed was 360 miles an hour at 32,000 feet. 15 hours endurance. Range. Jesus, you honestly, you nerfed the Sea Senora compared to what it's supposed to realistically be. A little.
And that's what this ends up being. Yeah, what 15-hour endurance is not. It's that's not even a day. That's nothing.
All right, Presic, we get it. It's on your Christmas list. Leave me alone. I'm busy.
Yeah, but when did this thing see service?
This had-
1950s.
Yeah, so
see,
I would
that's the
say-
difference.
I would say bring it.
Yeah.
up.
Oh, there you go. First flight, 1952.
When I run the next game and it's in fucking Weird War 2, then there you go.
That's the Sea Senora's upgrade. I would say just bump up the top speed a little bit. And range. That'd
Well, I
be
was
it.
originally modeling off of a much shorter plane, but as per the
Yeah.
picture, this one definitely matches the description much
Yeah.
better.
The only reason I
Alright.
say bump up the max speed and cruise speed a little bit is mostly
So you
because
can cross
just,
Grider Dam in 15 minutes rather than a half an hour?
well, no, mostly because just realistically to either give it a massive wingspan or bump up the cruise speed because it's to get lift it would just need to be that fast, you know.
I was gonna say 200 maximum. I was actually gonna comment that, but I didn't get a chance. I was gonna say at 200 mile per hour flight speed means you have to have an insane amount of lift.
Yeah.
Because most takeoff speeds are 160-ish. For a Cessna, 160, 170-ish. So that means you're barely floating. If you better hope you don't come into turbulence, because boy,
You're just gonna fall out of the
If
sky.
you
droop.
scroll up in Tabletop Channel and you look at the short Empire, that's what I was originally basing the model off of. That was the largest one I could find, on short notice when I was building up the stats for it. And that one basically mirrors what is in Roll 20 for the Sea Senora.
Yeah. I understand. I'm just saying, maybe later. It's not necessary because we haven't really been playing to the idea of it so much.
it really doesn't. Make
So it really
that big
doesn't
of a difference.
matter. It doesn't make that much of a difference right now.
Well, now that the fuel efficiency standards have been changed thanks to Dante, I don't know where you're going to get enough fuel, so good luck. It's probably more of just a
No, I
a
love it,
boathouse
man.
now.
Look, it's the same thing about fucking steampunk and all their pressure systems. It's none of that shit actually should work.
Right, for sure.
He's just been
Well, it
bumming
got
off.
refueled by the Russians for free, so when he
No,
next
this
has
is
to
definitely
land
going to
it, that
become
might be
a.
problem.
This is definitely going to become a merchant marine type situation.
Yeah, right.
Whoever hires you
Carrying
has to pay
cargo
for
for the
fuel.
fucking relief. Or for the
Yup.
effort.
Are you trying to say we're gonna become sky yacht pirates?
Hell
Hmm.
yeah.
It's not so bad.
Oh yeah, tailspin. Oh tailspin. Friends for life through thick and thin with another tailspin.
We got a couple of fucking unicorns. I mean, dragonflies. I mean, bicorns. I
Bicorns.
mean,
Bicorns.
When the
Sky
fuck did we
Puma.
start calling them unicorns?
Chupa King.
look, it's a work in progress.
I say we've gone to the Lando Calrissian school of naming things. This deal gets worse all the time, and the name keeps getting longer.
All right.
Lando Calrissian is a pansexual. I hope you know that.
Hell yeah. He's a robosexual baby. All right. It's funny when you look at the fucking like a B-17 bomber's dimensions, and you're like, they call it the Flying Fortress, and then you look at the fucking dimensions, you're like, wow, that's actually really short compared to these other planes we've been looking at. All right.
They got that name because of all the guns that used to be on it. A reporter had called it a fortress once. Looking
One
at it
time.
with all the. And then from that point on, it was called the Flying Fortress.
Okay, no bennies for any of you.
What?
Extra bennies. Hold on.
What did we do?
Existed.
You corrected the whole Flying Fortress line.
It took us 3 weeks to
That
make an upgrade.
actually-
Just to make me not ugly.
I hit him with that actually, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm done with you, Dante."
Okay. All right. So, last game session, we did some stuff with the time passage. We all, I'm sure, remember the incident with that we should never talk about again with Spoon, or I should say, Dash becoming Terminus.
We should
Yeah.
speak at the beginning.
I mean, we really do need to talk about this.
We're gonna talk about it.
We're gonna have to
Talk
talk
about
it
how
again.
we've basically borne the doom of the human species.
Yeah,
The T-1000.
Zandik is gonna cry as he takes it apart.
Oh no, Zandink's the only human that's going to be left.
I did this for you, father.
There's going to be a zoo with just Zandink in it and a bunch of bitches.
Wow.
Wait, do you mean that figuratively or literally? Am I just putting him in there with a bunch of dogs?
Well, I mean, depends on how good computer interpretation is based on shuffled cards.
Real talk though, I was not expecting that to take 3 weeks.
What do you mean?
Didn't you say it took like 3 weeks for my character to effectively just like not be ugly?
Well, that amongst all of the other things that you're doing, like, I think that the design process of any kind of like mechanical engineering that you'd want to put your body into would be probably a lengthy process.
That's
Because
fair.
while you're incredibly smart, it doesn't mean that your character is like the type of person who never has to like measure twice. You know? Since you're not truly like an AI from like, I don't know, the quantum computer days, there is a certain margin of error.
Nobody
Yeah.
writes perfect code.
Right.
You're also relying on a human brain to help you with some of the designing. Doesn't know everything. Probably had to invent a few things as we were doing it.
Exactly. And then there's fabricating all of the pieces. Like it's not like you're just taking Legos and throwing that shit together. You're actually having to like literally make your own molds to cast some of the shit that you've got to build. Making a mold can take time. Getting the metallurgy right takes time.
And my personal favorite.
even
Oh shit!
still,
We
that-
forgot that it rained.
3 weeks seems incredibly fast. But yeah. And then on top of that, you put together the fucking bicorn Pegasus, whatever.
The Pegasus.
We did measurements. We tested the Sauvage on the side. Eventually coming up with like how much more potent it is through continued experimentation over that course of 3 weeks.
I mean, I imagine that's something that we could do, but I would assume the rest of the group has to be introduced to the new me.
Yes.
I was writing a medical journal.
That's right. Are you writing it based on your experiences, or based off of like theoretical stuff that you've read? Like,
I was kind of pushing towards both, like applying what I've learned in the field. This is what I would like surmise. Like, I mean, obviously you would put your experiences down. Like, this is what I've experienced firsthand. La da la da da. Based on my experiences, I feel that using this particular tactic or whatever would be effective, yet has not yet been tested in full, kind of thing. Most of it will be my own experiences with like actually being out in the field and working. Being that I literally saved like 6 people in a row within the span of an hour, I figure like I have some experience kind of.
yeah. Do you have research or anything that might help you with composition of like writing?
Let's
For,
take a little
of publishing a book.
gander here, shall we?
If not, you can probably just use your smarts or whatever. Or actually, I mean, it would be a combination of your smarts and your medical knowledge.
I do not have anything to that nature. I have healing, and yeah, that's probably the offshoot. Everything else would be like maybe a survival, but that's not really towards the direction you're after.
Oh, you know what you're trying to do? You're trying to do some like Clara Barton type stuff.
Realized I put the wrong thing in. There we go. Clara Barton.
Yeah, she basically wrote like the textbook on like like caring for wounded soldiers in wartime.
Right. Well, I'm doing the advanced lay on hand style. I'll do whatever you want, X. I can do a healing and a smarts roll, or they're both
for that
the
time
same.
I would like one of each actually, because I need either a composition skill like I mean, I don't know that perform would be it, but or just smarts will work as well.
You have to let me know if you'll take the healing, else I'm gonna reroll.
The
my
healing is
smarts.
good, but I need both, so you're gonna have to either Benny that. Well, you don't have to Benny it, but you're gonna want a better roll than that for composition of the book that you're putting out. You have 3 weeks, so you have 3 attempts to like basically get your manuscript straight. That's a much better roll. Okay, this is just basically how well you know to pace a book. You know what I'm saying?
Right, like
you
how
have
to
all the
organize it.
information, but knowing how to organize it so that it reads like properly is, part of the process.
Sure, man.
That's good enough. Yeah, that's success with the raise.
And then after that, I guess I'll take it into the medical facility there on base and submit it to opening my document again. Diesel Punk. I will get her name, but you know who I'm talking about.
You talking about Dr. Sophia Vredeberg?
Yeah, the chick with like the huge honk. No,
Oh, I'm gonna have to ask you guys to start submitting mental images of what you think that these characters look like, because I think they're vastly different from what I do.
I think she's tall, slim, white-haired, fair complected, like 5'6" ish, medium bust, like nice rear end, probably like towards her like 50s now, starting to age, light wrinkling, green eyes.
With a pair of big galunga hunga zunganos.
Her feet, that's what I'm referring to. She has huge feet. Nobody knows why. Oh, and her toes are all really long, except for that last one. Like the pinky toe. It's itty bitty. Nobody, it's just disgusting. Yes, Vaderdenburg.
Rederberg, yeah.
And then that's what I'll do as far as composing and submit it to her when I go in to talk to Homeboy.
I just imagine the Dame Commander was a brunette with a military bun and a single bang.
I'm just gonna imagine the Dame Commander exactly like this picture.
Hang on, I gotta look at this. I was typing something.
I don't want anything else. She's just full military garb, huge, just unnecessary honkers, and then like that short, almost Karen haircut.
What the fuck? Phoenix.
And that's her lieutenant right there.
When he was like, "Oh, she's got big honkers," I was like, "Oh, it must be this picture."
Why is that picture being held up by the evil twin brother of Todd Howard?
Oh no.
Am I the only one who sees that?
Yeah, I'm not gonna submit myself to being remembered on tape. Can't track me if I never say something about it.
That last quote.
All right, so just to get it out of the way, is there anything else anybody wanted to do during this time? I know that I think Mr. Vought was going to just essentially catch some rays and kick back.
Yeah, and kind of train, take some leisurely time, you know.
Okay.
Cycle around the city, whatever.
I want to see if I can find out more about Brower, and if I could find like anything on whether or not he's left Ein. Fuck, where was he at again? That's Negrion. Yeah,
Negrion, yeah.
yeah. If he ever got out of Negrion or not.
That would be research. You'd probably have to look at like the local papers or maybe check like refugee registries to see if he's showed up
Yeah,
here.
there we go. Yeah.
I can let you
Do it.
borrow my morning newspaper.
Hell yeah. We've been reading the paper every morning. Let's see how much.
Every morning. Do you want me actually to roll?
I would like to assist. I would love to assist. Can he assist me with that?
He can assist you with something. I don't know. What are you going to assist him with? But your primary role is going to be a research role.
I can do investigation, or
Investigation is
okay, perfect. I'll assist you with investigation
actually
roll. Or a notice.
I will accept investigation as a primary role instead of research if you want to use that.
Okay, I'll give him research then.
Dante's the main researcher, is he not? I'm going for the assist.
Oh, that one. Hold on.
You're looking so good, pal.
I want to see here.
Yo,
Yo, what in the fuck?
I mean, Axel's assisting you. Surely he'll come for the one, right? Hey.
Hey.
I'll give you one. That is technically a succeed.
Let's see here. So you're unable to pin down exactly where Dr. Brower is. You know his name is Dr. Lambert Brower because, well, doing the research on him, and that he's a scientist that originally comes from Negriand, but the last that you heard, he was teaching at a university up there. Aside from that, because you didn't get a raise, you're not sure where he is currently. But let me consult my map real quick.
The map that he uses to move all the characters around every day.
Well, it's my detailed map in fucking Wonder Draft. He is from a. He was teaching at a college in a northwestern city up in Islev, called Hagenbrook. And I'll toss a Gyazo into the channel real quick. Give you an idea. Okay, this is going into Discord's tabletop. So in northwestern Negriand, he is from a large town up there. He teaches at the University of Hagenbrook.
Okay.
You do find like papers that were submitted like as early as, or I should say as recently as maybe 3 months ago, which would have been during like the change of hands and the complete capitulation of Negriand.
Yeah, but the tubes he gave me here are from last month. So.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder when did he get his hands on the Savange to make the changes to then give it to. Hold on, when did Khan withdraw the Savange?
Are you going to go to the bank and check the records?
Yes, I would like to go to the bank and check the records of when Hakan actually withdrew his Savange.
So you spend like an afternoon heading down to the bank and checking their like registry of like interactions or whatever it would be called, their ledger. Hakan checked in by himself with one guest. The guest was his wife. I forget her name. I have to look at the thing. They both came in and did a bunch of like routine paperwork that was about like payroll and shit like that, involving the business accounts. And then he also checked into the safe deposit vault and withdrew something. This is roughly 7 weeks ago, so he probably had the Savange for about a week before like things were altered.
Okay. So it meant that Brower here probably came to Achtereind, or he traveled.
Yeah, there's a good chance either way. I mean, Hakan is a person of means.
Yeah.
He could have gone up there with the samples or met him somewhere else. You do know that if you look back at the map in Roll20, you do know that there is a blockade running just north of Rutger Island. It's a naval blockade, but the Sea Senora, if you wanted to travel to Negriand, could certainly probably reach altitude to bypass a lot of that, and just stay above flak if you wanted to risk it.
How many days do we have before?
You got about 5 days until the date is cleared. Oh, by the way, you guys get, let's say about halfway into the downtime, you get a correspondence via telegraph from Zilver. And it is the, let me look at him real quick. It's Mr. Peterson from your operations manager in Zilver. The correspondent says that things are going even better than average, considering the new backup from the robotic workforce. There's a lot of like tension from the labor force because they're worried about being replaced, and he's got Mr. Otteson, the labor foreman, like essentially like trying to like quash any like worries about people's jobs, etc. But he does voice the worry in the update. But they're expected to be done on time in spite of a lot of setbacks because of the workforce and the military that like came out and is helping out. At current, they're expecting that the tunnel will be big enough to drive most like lorries through, which is a pretty good improvement over what they originally thought. They thought it would be a marching tunnel, but because of the robotic workforce, they've really been able to like expand their operation.
Okay, in that case, I will send back to Mr. Peterson that allow the workers to know that once the tunnel is complete and that this military campaign is over, work will return to normal in the mines, and we will no longer have a robotic workforce, as they will be tasked with other things, as they are military assets and not standard workers.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you send that telegraph back off to Zilver.
Okay, I gotta read back.
But
if anybody has a warning message in the top left of their 20.
Connection to server interrupted.
Okay, just checking.
I just refreshed real quick. Hopefully, I didn't just get kicked out. Actually,
It's gone.
Looks like it's just a server hiccup. A little oopsie. Oop.
I will also let everyone else know that, hey, it looks like silver is going to be going great. We should have an easy way back in the coming days. Probably take a truck right through the whole thing.
Your miners evidently work fast.
Is he already terminus at this point?
Yeah, I was like, at what point are we going to talk about this?
Oh wait, this is like midway, right?
yeah, it's
Your
I was
workers
kind of retconning.
work fast. I see.
According to Peterson, it's actually the dash two, the XK units helping a ton to keep things going fast. It helps when you don't have to sleep, I guess.
Yeah, when only
You
they
sent robots after it was made clear that the miners had compunctions about robotic interference in their livelihoods.
Excuse me, sorry, I missed what you said.
You sent XK robots after several miners made it clear that they were concerned
Worried,
about about their livelihoods.
I'm aware, but my intention is not to keep the XK units there. It's simply to try and expedite creating the tunnel that we need for this.
You may not have a choice in the matter.
Well, once
I mean, it's my mine. I can choose to have human workers over robot workers.
It is your mine, and it will remain so until Sigismund takes note on how much faster they are than your typical workforce, and finds it necessary to expand elsewhere.
Well, I mean, I would imagine the line of work that they actually do requires a pretty trained eye. So I don't think they have anything to worry about. Not that I don't think a robot can do it, but I mean, not all of them are as advanced as U-2. So I imagine there would be room for error, and having a human working on the mine itself, finding like very small, minute details and such, is
Also,
probably a much safer option.
So it's rather expensive to simply just start up a mining operation. And it's even more expensive to create units like yourself or even the XK units that are there. It's not just a matter of... There's a lot to go into logistics of paying workers and...
Do you think it's
Do we know what the actual maintenance cost is of any one of these workers?
Fuel and probably replacement parts. I'm sure Dash 2 is scrounged up many of what he's replaced on himself, but if we were to take the monetary value of his parts, it's probably incredibly expensive.
To my recollection, most of my replacements were fabricated personally at the mill in Illocoven or replaced by Zendink. The value of the parts is unknown to me.
Yeah, but all those other units are just run-of-the-mill production line. I mean, they probably have a cheaper, industrialized part system. But I mean, either way,
mine's coming along great. You should be ready in the next couple of weeks.
Perhaps we should save this discussion for later. Please hand me that device over there, Prasik.
Calling this one again.
don't hand it to him. I'm from the future.
Dr. Axel, how goes recruitment for the engineers to make the additional Pegasus, or whatever we're calling them at this point?
We will have to have a discussion about getting additional ones built. So I haven't got to go.
It has been 2 weeks. What have you been doing?
Writing a very scientific journal in regards to medicine and awaiting my scheduled appointment with the major. I don't get to just barge in. He unfortunately is a busy man, so I get to take priority, but he still has things that even I don't get priority over. When you pretty much run an entire army, you tend to have a workload, it seems.
While I can acquiesce to the concerns of another man, I would put forth that we are in a declining deadline.
Well, I mean, to an extent, yes. But,
Unless
I mean,
you truly believe me capable of crafting not just the Jaeger castles, the Pegasi, the modifications, should I have time, to the inbound tragedy, and other assorted uses of our time.
I'm sorry, inbound tragedy?
I have named a Jaeger Mark I diesel mech.
you've named it Tragedy?
Incoming
Inbound
tragedy.
Schreiber gives you a look, Mr. Vought, like, what the fuck?
Yep, it's a walking war crime.
I'm sorry, what's Vought talking about?
What, the walking war crime? The fact that you, a robot, named a Jaeger mech incoming tragedy. It's like we just keep stacking up more and more of things that make me very uncomfortable about you.
I am not here to make you comfortable, Vaught.
Duly noted.
So, yeah, about that meeting, are y'all going to want to come with me as far as talking with him, or would you like for me to handle it while you finish taking care of your own personal business?
That
I'm gonna
depends.
pass on going to the military headquarters.
Dash keeps handing me these weird drawings and asking me about a bunch of different alloys that don't quite exist yet. So I'm working out the math to see if we can even fabricate these things.
Necessity
I can go with you.
begets
He
invention.
keeps telling me like, you can't just you can't burn iridium down. We don't have the furnaces for that kind of work.
So, I mean, do you need every fleeting moment of your time, or can you spare a few hours to go with me? Either way, I'm fine with. I'm just saying, if we're going to discuss about getting Dragonfight units built in somewhat of bulk, then,
What's Dragonfly? Oh, you mean one of the Pegasus?
yeah.
Oh, it was
I would have more than enough time to spare to go. I would, however, put forth whether or not your superior would be incensed to following the plan of a robot, which he likely has seen very little of intelligence beforehand.
I mean, believe it or not, you are somewhat known within the military community, so to speak.
Known, trusted, and relied upon are very different things.
Well, if you're in my little party, so to speak, my repertoire of individuals in whom I trust, then for the most part, the army will also trust you. You know, a friend of my friend is also my friend. So I don't think you have too much to be concerned about. As long as you bring factual statements to the table, I don't see where there would be a problem anyway.
Very well.
But it is up to you. I won't force your hand in it. Should you want to go, you're welcome. And then if you don't want to, then it's completely up to you.
Again, I am more than willing to go with you. You are the people person, as it
Then it's
were,
decided.
and I will defer to you. But I simply wished to voice my concerns.
Well, we have heard your voice. It is noted, and we will see you when we leave then. That means you're coming, by the way. Or should I say cooming?
Oh,
We have enough idioms, as it were, Dr. Axel.
Kill me. Oh, anyway, meeting is set for pretty soon in the future. I don't actually know. So just make sure you have your schedule.
You have an appointment by this point. Like, you'll be coming in on like a Tuesday or some shit like that. They've got an actual like appointment set for you. You know when to arrive. You're allowed to bring anybody you think that might be important to operational detail, regardless of their like their clearance. However, you have to submit essentially a list of who you're bringing to have them checked by OSI, like background checked, to make sure that like there's nothing in their background that would be like, yeah, not this person.
All right, I'll do that ahead of time because I'll.
Yeah, I imagine that you're having told you that your character is probably going through all of the hoops and whatnot to get that taken care of.
Blah. Screw that guy. I don't even care about him. You got weak wrists and you can't see anything. He's also deaf. Dude can barely lift a cup of water without straining. No,
Me impressive.
I want to roll to shoot Axel in the back of the head from the grassy knoll.
So, just so I know for sure, we aren't bringing, what's his face, right?
Bot doesn't want to come.
No, I was down. I was like, yeah, let's go.
Shriver doesn't want to go.
Shriver.
Oh, screw Shriver, nasty.
And also because I don't want my own NPC adding to the conversation here with other NPCs, so it's just easier for me.
I bet Shriver is a fantasy girl you made up.
I mean,
like,
Shriver's just
literally,
Molly.
yes.
What are you doing here? I didn't even want to be here. Get out of my office. I didn't even want to be here. I'm leaving.
That's how that conversation will go. Anyway, yeah. So I guess I'll go.
Okay. So the day the appointment comes, unless there's anything you guys want to take care of first,
Now, is the appointment at the end?
it's going to be a few days before the end.
Oh, so then I'm guessing that's terminus time.
It can be. I mean, I don't really mind either way if he wants to be terminus and fucking try and be unnerving to the fucking higher ups in the military. That's fine.
Out is Battersby, or have you broken down into scrap metal and sent to the yard?
All right, up to you, Spoon. You want to be terminus?
Based on the in-character discussion, it seemed like it wouldn't be time for Terminus. We were like, what, in between half of all that shit happening?
I mean,
Well, no,
it's up to you when you want it to happen.
I mean,
Well, I'm
we're trying
saying-
to everyone else.
The stuff with the mine happens like halfway through for sure, but like towards the end of it is when the meeting comes that you're going to be discussing like battle plans or whatever for. All right, I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna call it here. You're still Dash then
Okay.
for the meeting.
Easy.
Glad I kept the voice around.
Yeah.
All right. Battle plan.
All
Yeah,
right.
just
So
any.
you guys load up and head down to the headquarters.
My brother's car finally fixed.
Yeah, by now it's fixed.
Good. He'll never know.
For some reason,
Um,
it's the same shade of black.
It's what?
It's a different shade of black. I don't remember it being black.
I mean, it used to be silver.
Was it silver? Yeah. I thought it was silver.
Just because it's Dante. God, you're so racist, man.
Oh no.
All right. You guys load up in the Silver Ghost and head on down to the GNA headquarters. You make your way down through the streets, and it takes you about a half an hour to get there. You can see that there's a major repositioning of troops going on. It looks like a large contingent of USV troops are getting ready to muster out to some other place from here at this point. Beyond that, you guys know that Broniger still holds, although reports are saying that Broniger is getting a lot messier as new diesel mechs enter the front on both sides. It's getting harder to keep things in place, and they start to speak of like aerial raids during the night, bombing raids, which of course the high walls of Broniger are not equipped to deal with. They weren't really meant for the artillery either, but you know, they're doing what they can. A lot of the civilians in Broniger and Rosendahl have been like relocated to like places further inland, like towards the heart of the country around the Achtereind plain, and the city of Hove has become like essentially like the unofficial like place where all of the general citizens of Rosendahl have come to like essentially have their new home be those who are non-essential, the children, the elderly, whatnot. The men of Rosendahl and Broniger continue to fight in their theaters, respectively, as members of the militia. Women also serve with the militia as well, but a lot of them are relegated to taking care of their families in this time of war. That said, you make your way down to the GNA headquarters where you can see the troops mustering out. And it looks like they're breaking down their parade grounds here, which means that they're probably going to relocate it to another semi-permanent location elsewhere that you're unaware of. You make your way in, and you can see that as you get up to the third floor where Major Thompson's office is, where you've been asked to go to, there's quite a lot of upper brass filling the halls of the headquarters on these days. It seems like brass that you would generally expect to be relegated to the front have been pulled back for some sort of briefing. There's also like you notice some people that are bearing the OSA or the OSI like insignia on their uniforms are like patrolling the area and kind of working as like a security force around the main GNA headquarters. You also notice that there are several like rather expensive vehicles, like cars, somewhat on par with the Silver Ghost parked outside. Many of them with like Greiterdam flags flying in the front. Long stretched diesel, like luxury vehicles. There are a couple of armored cars here as well as you pull up and make your way into the building. Getting up to the third floor where Major Thompson's office is, You can see his ensign, Jeffrey, is standing and talking to another ensign. As you guys like wander in or walk into the room, he gives you guys a quick nod, like letting you know that he's seen you there, and continues his conversation. He says, "Yes, of course. We'll let the Knight Commander know as soon as we've got everything ready. Of course. We'll get all the paperwork ready and send it over." And the ensign replies to him and says, "Excellent work, ensign. I look forward to getting all of this stuff arranged." He turns around and the two salute each other. He turns around and begins walking out. The ensign that you see walking out of the room appears to be like a relatively fresh recruit, and you can't help but like notice some sort of like familiarity in the features of his face. He gives you, gentlemen, a nod as he walks past and makes his way into the hallway. Jeffrey, the ensign, says,
I was
"Yeah,
rolling
he
to see if I
seems
catch
familiar to you."
if I catch a note tag on his uniform or anything.
Okay, name tag. It says Adelfrid.
Adelfrid.
Wait, you said the Knight Commander. Are we on one fucking Crowford's ops?
You remember how I told you that Jeffrey here is being groomed by Major Thompson to fill a role in the upper brass? It appears as though this other ensign is probably filling a similar role.
Oh, so there's okay.
So this other person who walked past you, you see it says Ensign Adelfrid. Adelfrid, all of you know just immediately, is the family name of King Sigmund the Saint. His name is Sigmund Adelfrid.
Ah, right. Yep. This is like his
So this is his.
like
his,
nephew or something.
Well, most of you guys would probably actually have an idea. Sigmund the Saint is 87 years old, but still has an 18-year-old son.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that man, like my dad, still knocking him out. I'm like his last kid. He had me when he was like in his 60s.
Yeah. So it's it dawns on you, Dr. Prasik, that essentially the heir apparent, the son of Sigmund the Saint, is doing work for a Knight Commander. Just go ahead and give me a common knowledge roll. Okay. From what you remember, you've essentially heard that he is currently the ensign, learning the duties of Knight Commander Ulfried Crowford, who is the husband of Maya Adelfrid,
Yes, I guess right.
daughter of Sigmund Adelfrid. The Knight Commander also holds the rank of Admiral within the Navy and General within the Army. He's got a royal commission, so he's basically king shit of whatever the fuck he wants to take over for the day.
Yeah, I think today I want to go sail some boat. Tomorrow I'm going to shoot
But-
tech.
What's Knight
His
Commander's
entire
name again?
life has been dedicated to the military, and he knows his shit inside and out. He's overqualified for most positions that he would take on.
What's his name again?
Ulfried Crowford?
Yeah, Ulfried Crowford. He's the Knight Commander. That is his royal commission.
I could copy pasta it for you there, Dante, if you want
Yes.
to have the thing open.
I don't know how to spell it.
I got it.
Do
Just
it
gonna keep
anyway.
spelling. Yeah, I spell it the way I
Doesn't
want to,
help
so that
that
way. Oh, that's great. Yeah. That's good. Yeah.
So you have now been in the presence of like true royalty. The heir apparent is walking around the GNA headquarters right now, and now you start to understand why OSI is here and why there are so many like vehicles outside. It's not particular that they're here for him, but wherever the young Adelfrid is, Giesman is his name. He is not far from Ulfried Crowford. Let's see. Jeffrey Crowford, the ensign here, under Major Thompson, says, "Gentlemen, good to see you right on time." He salutes you, Mr. Axel, Dr. Axel, excuse me.
That's right. You show respect.
I give him a little bow back.
Yeah, I'm gonna naturally salute him back.
Greetings.
I'll be bringing select few individuals with me as well. You should have received the clearance papers and everything on them. They've already went through.
Yeah, we have the paperwork here for them from OSI. We just need you to sign off on the finality of the paperwork and just for record keeping.
Fantastic.
He directs you to some paperwork. He says, if you gentlemen are ready, you can go in and talk to the major now. He's awaiting your presence.
Fantastic. Thank you. And
He,
sign the paperwork. Skedaddle.
he gives you a nod and walks over and opens the door for you. You walk into the room, and the room is empty with the exception, or I should say, it's as you've seen it before, with the exception of Major Thompson, who is here. He's waiting, standing by his desk. He says, perfect timing. Dr. Axel, Dr. Prasik. Has he met Vought before?
I do not
don't
believe so.
think so.
I don't think so either. He says, you must be Mr. Vought from the USV?
Pleasure to meet you.
He says, kind of a question back at the end.
No, but I do have quite a great amount of respect for those gentlemen.
You're not from the USV?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me if I was in the military.
Oh, no. Your paperwork, OSI said that you were civilian in nature, but you work for Vought Aeronautical Industries, if I'm not mistaken. He kind of looks down at the
That is
clipboard.
correct.
He offers you
Yes.
his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I shake it.
Mr.
He
Vaught
says,
here is actually...
and this would be XKY47-2. Good to see
Correct.
you again.
Likewise.
Come in, gentlemen. You walk in, closing the door behind you, and he says, all right, so let's talk.
So, I'm assuming you've received information concerning the prototype project that we delivered a few weeks ago, correct?
Yes, I got the paperwork about, and we talked briefly about the recovery of some of technologies that you managed to find that the Ruslanders were trying to take out. A little bit of a segue here, I suppose. It seems as though the people who stole these technologies have been identified, and many of them have been incarcerated in the time since you and I last meeting. We have unfortunately not been able to nail down Alyosha, who seems to be the ringleader, at least in this region of the area. But we were able to, using information that the Dame Commander Voskel brought back, actually root out the hideouts within the city in the last 2 weeks.
Specifically, does that include the Charming Cobbler?
I'd have to check my notes. He looks down at a probably like an inch thick stack of papers in a set of like folders. He says, I don't know the exact operational details. I haven't read over everything, or I haven't memorized everything, but it's very possible.
According to
If you'd like
Vought.
me to check on that, I can check right now.
No,
Well,
that's
it's just
fine.
that it's a known.
Vought had a apparent run-in with that individual in a bar, and hadn't realized it at the time until until a little bit later after he got away with a friend.
I see.
So he is quite alive well and within the operating area here. So
At least 2 weeks ago he was. I don't know.
Well, thanks to your work in Illicoven, we've actually managed to largely cripple in these last few weeks Alyosha's progress in our city here in Achtereind. That would be because of he looks down at the file and you see him like kind of flip through a couple of pages. The person, I guess, codename Starik, that was captured at the Northern Supply Depot.
One of our first taskings by the Dame Commander. Yep.
Speaking of which, how is Ilkoven doing these days?
Reports are grim from Ilkoven. Apparently, well, here, sit down. He motions towards the chairs.
Take a seat.
I would prefer not to ruin your perfectly good chairs, sir.
Dash, if you wouldn't mind standing by the window and crack it open a bit, would you? Thank you. He says, Ilkoven has been in bad shape. Apparently, the resistance in the area has been, I don't want to say completely crushed, but they have been routed. They were eventually found about 2 weeks ago as hiding out in the sewers, and there was quite a fiasco when the Ruslanders went down there. I haven't seen any photographs or anything from Ilkoven, as smuggling them out is relatively difficult. But details in operations from some of the resistance that were reporting into the GNA via the Dame Commander say that there have been significant civilian losses in the area. The city has, in the last 2 to 3 weeks, become somewhat of a hotbed for resistance activity in the area. Bombings, things of that nature. And the Ruslanders have essentially taken off the gloves when dealing with the populace. It seems as though they're getting frustrated, and that frustration is being, the local populace is bearing the brunt of that frustration.
God damn it, Dumont.
Have you seen any word as far as if there was the underground cell that was recovered? Did they have any or a majority of escapees, or was it a almost complete annihilation of the resistance forces?
Many of the people who we would deem either militia or resistance in that area have unfortunately been killed in action, largely due to trying to get the civilian populace out of the city as much as possible.
See.
The losses have been quite extensive, I guess. That said, it's expected at this point that the captain of the area who's running the attacks from that area, his name is, and again he flips through the paperwork, one Alexander Mishkin, has set about to try and push down the Exta Causeway, the Ilkoven Causeway, which is like the whole forest path, like down to Exta.
Okay.
Reports are currently that our forces in Exta and what we had in Cleats are currently retreating back to the Achtereind plain to muster a better defense, but the Mega Zeppelin in the area is largely untouchable. Scoutcraft.
What about Schmidt? Commodore Schmidt? Is he Prasik? Commodore Prasik, sorry, he's my son.
Commandant Prasik is currently located in Deckerschießen. He's leading the defense from there. The scoutcraft that we've had in the area that have been able to get eyes on the Mega Zeppelin are reporting weapons well in excess of anything that we have on the ground. They seem to mirror that of some of the heaviest battleships that we've seen from the Russian Navy as far as naval artillery goes. And truth be told, as per Commandant Prasik's own as per his own words, he's not sure why the Mega Zeppelin is not just pushing into the Achtereind plain. Like, it seems to be counterintuitive to the amount of force that they have to hold it in that vicinity.
It must be anchored to the area.
I mean, there's pretty much supplying all the powering and such for all the mechs that are there local. So, I mean, for what it's
Well,
worth.
no, the mechs are not to get into it right now, but the mechs are mobile. They would have to move the mechs, and they can move the Zeppelin too. So,
Right,
what
but
else could be holding the Zeppelin in position? I'll think about it. But carry on.
the reliance on the mechs and the Zeppelin are. I mean, it's not a parasitic relationship. Like, it seems like they definitely need it to be there. They'd have to send a replacement of some, like at least of some sort, or they'd have to pull the mechs out. In which case, they would lose all their, or a vast majority of their power holding within the area. Not to mention the seaport itself is, a pretty valuable asset. And then, they put in the new train line, and I mean, I'm sure there's a number of reasons. But I mean, anyway, go ahead, Major.
Well, you were here to speak to me about plans that you had, as I happen to understand.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were kind of thinking of trying to dislodge that exact same Zeppelin. I mean, I'm sure you've been kept up to date as far as what's going on with the tunnel system that's being taken care of that we spoke about some time ago. As far as its completion, we received word it's close, if not almost already finished right now. So, utilizing that to move troops and supplies and such between Illicoven and
That being, we might as well cut to the chase here. Dash 2 had came up with a daring plan to assault the Mega Zeppelin itself. And I believe it might be best for him to explain it, since it is originally his idea.
Is it originally his idea?
What did I
Major
just say?
Thompson kind of cocks his head and looks over at Dash.
Correct. I presented this some time ago while aboard the recently unstolen Si Senorita. In the plan, I entailed that during what I can only assume to be a movement of troops and or diesel mechs into Illicoven proper through the silver mines, we could effectively enact a surprise attack on the Zeppelin, which will more than likely move forward to respond in such force that the Zeppelin would be unlikely to be prepared to counter an offensive. If you would like more details, please let me know.
I'm interested in any plan that might counter that flying behemoth.
Very well. Currently, I am sitting on several schematics that have proven to be viable for construction, such as the
Pegacorn.
Dragonfly.
I'm trying to think of like the nation's name again.
Oh, you're talking
the
about
UK?
for the. Are you talking about the fucking?
The Kingdom.
What are they
Edinburgh?
called? The British fucking
UKE?
UKE?
UKE.
Yeah, I was just briefly confused because I was looking at the factions of Europe and all I saw was the UK.
The UKE's Dragonfly would be effective if mounted with suitable cannons at eliminating enemy fighter cover and potentially eliminating any threats to the Sea Senora, as it would pull alongside the Mega Zeppelin and disembark troops armed with some form of equipment that would allow them to board. In addition, I would be putting forth a design into a crucible of fire.
My character produces force the Jaeger castle. Effectively, the design that I showed you guys all beforehand.
Yep, you called it the Jaeger Castle. Now I like it. Ching. Barrier going up.
These man-made barriers would be effective at neutralizing small arms fire, as it is unlikely that the Mega Zeppelin would be very accommodating for a strike force in terms of cover. As we would move inside of the complex, I would not imagine that aside from a couple heavy units or mechanized infantry that we would run into many problems. Afterward, we would move to take the Zeppelin as well as secure any hostages such as Brassick's extended family, including, but likely not limited to, Akan, Brassick, and potentially his wife. If such a point would come where we have taken control of the Zeppelin, we would cease all fire of the main batteries and attempt to kill or capture the Russlander forces present. However, I realize that this plan requires a great deal of manpower, resources, and things which have currently not been put into our possession or feasibility.
I'm unfamiliar with the operational statistics of this Dragonfly, the UKE model that you had mentioned. We've seen, we've got people in the Diesel Tech division who are currently working alongside with UKE engineers to produce more of these. They weren't at all upset that we've come across the model. In fact, it's one of the things they were planning on sharing technology-wise with us. Either way, it's good that you managed to keep them out of the Russlanders' hands. But currently, we're trying to get some sort of reconnaissance onto the New Dawn, as I guess they're calling it over there in Illicoven, or at least the Russlanders are calling it that. We're trying to get some sort of reconnaissance on the New Dawn so that we can better formulate an attack strategy. You had mentioned that you have some sort of a plane. He looks at Mr. He says, "Si, Senora, do you think you can get it close enough to get some eyes on? Maybe take some aerial photography?"
Knight Commander, that's a really, really good idea.
The Major, not the Knight Commander.
This is a Major. But,
I'm sorry, Major. That's a really, really good idea. I think absolutely I can take these boys on that excursion.
Make sure that you stay a good long way away. As for getting photography, if you don't have access to photography equipment, I can send one of the military photographers with you, who would be able to take the necessary photographs that we might be able to plan a more well-rounded attack against the ship.
Yeah, I don't think we would say no to that.
No, not at all. We simply wanted to present the idea to you in military high command, seeing if they would back us on this idea. Because if we can, I think this is a chance at an offensive that could really push the Russlanders' hands. As I recall the Dame Commander telling me at one point, Ilkoven was simply a thorn in the side, and Gratterdam is just a pit stop for them. It's not even their main goal, but if we can make it costly enough by simply removing a Mega Zeppelin from play, they might simply give up fighting us here.
I believe the term she used was extra credit. How fitting that they should lose one of their prized Zeppelins to extra credit.
I must be honest, no, just looking at how the theater has gone over there in Illicoven, the reason, well, let's just say that if that thing, the New Dawn, this Mega Zeppelin, were to try and make a full force attack on, say, Broniger or head south to Rosendal, it would completely upend our defenses in those regions. It seems somewhat negligent to not use this technology in that way, which if I'm being honest, makes me think that there's an ulterior motive. I think something's going on in Illicoven, or somewhere around Illicoven, that is incredibly important to the Ruslanders' war effort, of which I'm not sure what that might be. But if they're using perhaps Illicoven as a proving ground for something, or if there's some sort of like resource that they're extracting, it would explain why the ship is being relegated to a defense force rather than simply going in and assisting the main forces at Broniger and Rosendahl and crushing them completely. I'd like to get my, or I'd rather, I'd like to get some more information on what's going on there to see if my suspicions are correct. But so far, in the debrief with Pyotr Krasnikov, aka Starik, he has been unwilling to let us know too much about the operation out there. We're pretty close to a deal with him. He's given us a lot of solid information from this, or at this point, that's checked out. We know that he's willing to work with us, but I think he's holding on to the last bit to see if he can't find a way to avoid all charges of war crime, espionage, etc., and perhaps be given a new identity and relocated.
Major.
Yes?
At the risk of spreading misinformation, I believe I may have an answer to the quandary of the misuse of the New Dawn in the main Illicoven area.
I'd like to hear it.
Dr. Brasic, Dr. Axel, as you will recall, our previous combatant, or comrade, Dumont, was a figure of some importance to one Kapitan Vladislav Yagnovich Mishkin. As I recall, he was outed at some point as the acting commander for the theater of Illicoven, and he had a particular bone to pick with Dumont.
Yes, in fact, I think Amont might be the reason they have taken off the gloves, as he might be leading them in bombings and such. He's does enjoy his pyrotechnics.
This is,
So that Mega Zeppelin's there for that one guy?
if this could be inferred to be the reason, Dumont is heavily suspected in the involvement of the bombing of several members of his direct family.
Well, that's understandable. I still have my doubts whether that is what's keeping the New Dawn in the area. If it is, that's one hell of a grudge.
One
I mean,
we
think
should
about it. There are
exploit.
Ruslanders dying in Broniger and Rosendahl, as well as the naval blockade. When it's pretty apparent, I think, that this Mega Zeppelin could cause enough damage to either front to let the Ruslanders in and essentially knock on the gates of Achtereind.
No.
I feel like perhaps that grudge is maybe not enough to keep it in that area. I feel like maybe there's a tertiary objective or something.
No, I definitely agree with you, Major. I think they might be hiding something up there. Something that they want to protect. An anchor of sorts in the area. Hopefully it's...
Could they be
Hopefully-
looking for our diesel technicians?
That's a possibility. If perhaps I do remember hearing word from the Dame Commander that Professor or Dr. Zandink and Dr. Baltez are in the area. That could be part of it, if not the whole thing. Capturing our top scientists in electroengineering as well as diesel mechanics would be significant if they could be repurposed to work for the Russian Empire or the Rusland Empire.
Were they working for the Resistance?
Yeah, at the time before they left, yes.
So does that mean that they were in those tunnels when they got attacked by Ruslanders?
Likely. I hope not.
So then likely they're captured.
They probably are captured.
Well,
Which
odds
means
are
they're-
they're being held on that Zeppelin.
They are potentially they could be dead. It seems as though the sewers were flooded with mustard gas before the attack from what reconnaissance we've got.
Well, I hope they weren't there.
We had gas masks underneath as supply reserves. I don't know if it would have been utilized in time.
Well, we'll have to hope, but we need to get... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I say there's no way for us to actually know what the status of everything and everybody there is until we actually see for ourselves, which is why I originally mentioned before I was cut off about the tunnel systems being opened and our ability to actually move between locations now.
We have forces moving to the tunnel right now. It looks like USV are also being, or not looks like, he says the USV are being sent out to muster in Silver. We're trying to keep it relatively hush-hush, so we're not sending them by train cart. We're sending them in kind of a piecemeal fashion, just in case they're spies. And we're going to be readying them for a push into Illicoven. We don't want to actually divulge the presence of the tunnel until we have a more coherent plan, cohesive plan. That way that we don't spoil an advantage without making maximum use of it. So reconnaissance is of the utmost priority right now.
Naturally so. So, Major, your intent, at least for the time being, is to do a full reconnaissance and try to uncover the reason of the New Dawn. Do you have any plans in the future to try to remove its presence from Illicoven as far as like utilizing the ideas presented here today, or do you have some other ideas perhaps in regards to that? If it's something that I'm not privy to, then naturally you can say as such, but
well, of course
it is our plan, and this breakthrough is obviously one of the main reasons we're trying to get the enemy out of our home.
Yes, obviously. I like the idea of assaulting the New Dawn, if that is indeed actually even something that's possible. Like I said, getting close enough to it seems to be a bit of an issue. It's shown capabilities of being able to actively track targets by perhaps moonlight. We've seen some schematics that you guys have provided for us with that this crystalline glass helmets that allow people to see in the evenings. I think that capability is certainly on the ship. What we're waiting for really is we're waiting for the USV to ship over more of their aircraft before we start an offensive. If we could capture the New Dawn, and let's say that it isn't anchored, we could move the New Dawn to anywhere along the theater and simply just trivialize the enemy forces in the region.
Absolutely. Okay, so as far as that goes, then what would be the ETA as with the lend-lease from our allies getting other types of aircraft over to our location? Is that been set up as far as them to start moving it, or is it just something preliminary?
Shipments are coming in daily, but we want to have a strike force that will be adequate. Hence the need for as much reconnaissance about the New Dawn as we could possibly uncover. I know that you guys have had contact with the Resistance in the area. You might have some better way of contacting any remnants that are in the area, but I would like to task you, gentlemen, with first taking our aerial photographer into the vicinity so that we might be able to get eyes on and have a better look at what our threat level is to help us determine what kind of response is proportionate or necessary.
In response to that, we had a couple ideas for utilizing the Sea Senorita with some kind of military-grade armament for protection's sake. Would I be able to get authorization for you or from you to equip her as such it is a civilian aircraft, therefore putting military grade defenses would definitely need a military authorization. Naturally, up to you, but I think it would be for the interests of both your military photographer and for the sake of being able to actually utilize it, perhaps on even the strike mission against the New Dawn. I think it would be a worthy cause to at least push a couple guns over into its armament for defense purposes. Actually, I'm not looking to put a tank cannon or something on it, but I'm sure those that down there at the what is it called? Not the robotics factory.
The R&D facility.
R&D facility. Thank you. Can give us some kind of help with that. Dash 2 is already cleared to work there, and as far as I know, has his own lab or his father's lab. So the equipment is available, just need the authorization, and I cannot give that as such.
I don't see a problem with it. You see him kind of walk over from his desk where he's leaning, and he looks out the window again, kind of like opens the Venetian blinds with his hand, like peering out towards the harbor. He says, that magnificent bastard out there, that's yours, Vought?
Yes, sir.
So I like the artwork. Kind of gives you a wink.
Thank you, sir.
He says, I don't see why we couldn't throw some guns on that thing for you, if that's what you would prefer, of course. Final say-so would be on Mr. Vought here. It is his ship, or his plane. But certainly, within reason, obviously, don't bankrupt the war effort.
Naturally, no.
But throwing some machine guns on that would probably be more than doable. Looks like it's
As
got
long as it
plenty of space
doesn't
for it.
ruin the curve, sir.
I don't imagine that it would interfere with the airframe too much, as long as they were done properly. I don't pretend to be an aeronautical engineer. The people likes your family, but I'm sure that we have the capable technicians to see them installed, if that is to your liking.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
I got us some free machine guns, boys. Let's go.
Yeah, and we free it up so that XK doesn't have to do all the work.
Soon to be Terminus.
Oh,
Yeah.
Big spooky boy coming through. Okay, maybe. Well, if you'd like to assign us for reconnaissance, then we'll try to get on that as soon as possible. What regions, and information specifically are you interested in, so we know what to directly to assess and what to skip past? Naturally, anything related to the New Dawn and movements of troops occupying different areas, I assume, would be vital. Is there anything specific?
Well, first and foremost would be reconnaissance of the New Dawn. That would be your primary objective. The rest I'm going to leave up to you, though I suggest, if it's possible, if you think you can do it without jeopardizing your plane or your lives, perhaps contact the Resistance, see if there's been any sort of updates. Obviously, they're living on the ground in the situation, so they'll have, hopefully, a better idea of what's going on. We've had kind of like an intelligence blackout in the area, not being able to get really close to the New Dawn. But if we can get some pictures and get maybe some operational data of what it's capable of, and then of course perhaps speak to the local Resistance if possible, and find out what they know, that would be paramount at this point. We can't really plan anything without really having a good idea of what we're looking at. And as far as I can tell, he looks down at the docket and says, as far as I can tell from like reports, it seems that simply getting close to the New Dawn by ground presents a real and present danger to all of our forces that have tried.
Seems like air is going to be our next best bet then, and we have just the thing for it.
If you'd like to let me know where I can send our photographer to meet up with you, I will have him report to you as soon as possible, probably within a day or two.
Dr. Presic, do you mind the Presic Estate as far as us inviting the photographer, at
Sure.
least.
He can meet us there, or he could simply meet us at the ship on the day that we're gonna leave to go do the reconnaissance.
My project should be finished right around then.
Good.
He can write. Why don't you have him meet us at the estate so that we can go through some details and speak with him, so it's not just a jump on our plane and let's go kind of thing. I definitely want to make sure he understands what. Unless you're going to brief him or someone in relation is going to give him a briefing of what he'll be doing, else we can handle that. I'm sure he'll understand the premise of what his mission is anyway. But
Yes, I'll have him meet you at the Prasic Estate when he is ready. Should be probably this evening or maybe tomorrow.
all right, fantastic.
All right.
Any other questions, gentlemen, before we leave the Major's presence and we start preparing for our own agendas of tomorrow?
No, but I feel it prudent to mention, after I finish my project, I will likely be assisting Prasic with his Savange issues, as well as attempting to, within the intermediate time, after a reconnaissance with making the infantry propeller packs.
Safange, that's the. He says.
Yes, it's the.
In a report, I think, when you first got into town about how you managed to make something that allowed you guys to bypass the Tesla drive on some of their mechs, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Correct.
My character produces it out of his duffel bag. Unless we gave that away.
The single vial or the lead pack of multiple vials of Savange? Oh,
Wait,
no, the jumper.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I thought we were talking about the jumper.
Says, well, unfortunately, we haven't had any time to R&D anything involving this Savange. Dr. Prasic, you seem to be somewhat tight-lipped about it, but perhaps we might be able to make better use of that in the future. If it might be able to assist the war effort.
I'm always looking for more ways to put this stuff to use. I'm currently, in fact, I don't know. Do you have any connections with OSI and maybe locating an individual?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. I can speak with OSI.
Okay. Prior to this, I believe another scientist, a fellow by the name of just stay open.
Dr. Brown.
Lambert Brower had came into possession of some of the Savange, and in his work, he's made it far more potent than it used to be in its raw form that I extract from the mines. As such, I would like to speak to that man and find out what he did.
You see him walk over to a memo pad, and he writes down Dr. Lambert Brower.
Yes, if you need
do you know where he was last seen?
Well, I know a couple months ago, according to my own attempts to locate him, he was in Hagenbrook College up to 3 months ago. Then at some point he came into contact with my brother, Hakan, about a month ago at least, according to the work that he did.
Hagenbrook College, you say?
Yep.
University?
University, correct.
Says, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Einhurst Kleinen was there as well. Before, or I should say just after the fall of Stahlkreuzung. Maybe the two know each other.
Maybe. They might have spoke about what happened. Maybe they're still together.
I can certainly look into it for you. I'll speak with OSI when we're done here.
Thank you.
So, is there anything else you gentlemen need from me?
That's everything from me. If if you could either send a letter down to the R&D department or otherwise write one out for the authorization of military equipment, we should be good. And then we'll try to get on that project either by tomorrow or the day after as far as reconnaissance.
Speak with Ensign Crowford on the way out. Give him this, and you see him like write up some stuff on his memo pad, rips off a piece of paper and hands it to you. He'll get everything squared away for you as far as the upgrade in the crew that you'll need for making the additions to the Sea Senora.
Fantastic. That's everything on my end. Gentlemen, anything?
Nope, I'm good.
All right, Major. As always, I appreciate you taking time to talk with us. Hopefully everything will be worth the time spent here today.
I'm sure it will.
Let's give him a salute.
He salutes you back.
Bow. Reach out to shake his hand and say thank you.
Yep. He goes down the line, shakes all of your hands. Even Dash.
Ew.
Says, all right, gentlemen. I have an appointment in 15 minutes, if you wouldn't mind.
Yep. Thank you so much. Let's
go make our posturing and planning worth it.
Exit his office, bump into the ensign.
Okay.
Hand him the little slip of paper.
Okay. He looks down at it and he says, oh, I see. I'll get the papers drawn up for this and sent down to the work yard.
Fantastic. Work yard. Do I know?
Do you want these additions to be done in harbor, or do you want to take it into dry dock?
In harbor's fine.
Okay.
I mean, unless there's some big problem for that, but I imagine this type of work doesn't require dry docking.
Well, I mean, I didn't know if there's anything else that you were planning to do on the civilian side of upgrades or whatever. Dry dock would probably assist with that if you were trying to make any kinds of significant changes to your airframe or something like that. But as far as just adding guns, it shouldn't be something that you need dry dock for. So, up to you.
No, I mean, yeah, I'm sure the standard harbor is fine.
Excellent. All right, gentlemen, I'll get this filed, and you should expect correspondence at we'll send you some mail via, or we'll send you an update via mail. Should be there in a couple of days.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Salute him. And head out the door.
Lieutenant?
Dry dock sounds expensive.
But the military's paying for it, boy.
Dry dock isn't really expensive. It's just consuming.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant. Why is the only thing on this paper is I've seen the future, kill the robot, kill the robot?
Oh god, the robot knows.
God damn it, we got a mole in our own group. Damn it.
Get that man out of here, now!
Alright, you guys make your way out of the GNA building. On your way down through the first floor, you can see that there is a crowd of like upper brass, and they are talking to a man that you recognize from portraits all around the GNA headquarters as the husband of Maya Adelfrid, the Knight Commander, Ulfrid Crowford. He's talking with some people in the hallways about military operations in Broniger as you guys walk out.
It's the big guy on deck. I'm not gonna stop.
Cool.
That's too big for me.
Well, yeah, so let's get this mission right, and then we won't have to worry about it.
You know, casually as I pass, say hello and keep going.
Okay. You walk past, and you see Ulfrid, or Knight Commander Crowford, gives you a nod. Dr. Prasic,
Commander?
good to see you.
I'm good. How are you?
Well, all things considered, doing pretty all right. USV's helping out here. You can see a bunch of people who are like part of like military press are suddenly like making way for you. He says, "So, I heard about your brother. I'm sorry to hear that he was captured."
Same. I've been very concerned since I've heard, and I made my way to Achtereind to see if I can elicit the help of the military to try and get him back.
Well, I'm sure that the people who are presiding over Ilikoven, your son, Commandant Prasik, I'm sure that he's doing everything he can.
Yes, everyone is doing as much as they can.
Out of curiosity, Doctor, there's been some recent events that are making me somewhat curious about your field of study. You know what? It's impolite to talk here.
Yes, I'm sure you've heard of the advancements that have been made with the Savant. I'm sure you all have heard. Not crazy.
You can see people are like scribbling on notepads, like as you're talking. He says,
But no, it should be discussed behind closed doors.
if you have some time, come to the palace and let's talk before you leave town. I'm only in town for another 3 days. If not, no harm.
Sure. I would love to join you for dinner. Okay, well, I have to be going. It seems my party is leaving without me.
We're not going anywhere. I'm
I don't want to keep you, Dr. Prasik.
Thank you. I'll see you soon, Commandant. So, Knight Commander.
Of course.
Knight Commandant Commander Aliodame.
Just
General.
keep throwing titles on it, and eventually you'll get it right.
Doctor, Doctor.
Shepard.
Commander, Shepard.
Rex. Those are my favorite conversations.
You take your leave of the Knight Commander and head out to the car.
Loves.
Jesus, God damn it, my knees! You guys gotta stop walking off so fast.
How do you know the Knight Commander?
It's part of life.
No,
What was he
but
asking you about?
that man right there is like the big dog, like Royal Commission, like the man's man.
Like my family owns like one of the greatest silver mine productions in this country, right?
I mean, your family
I
owns.
also have sold them many amazing horses over the years. God damn it, my horse ranch. I just remembered my ranch. Those Ruslanders are gonna pay. Probably stole all my best horses. Sorry, what were you saying, Ax?
Perhaps you can introduce me to him sometime.
Oh, sure. Actually, he invited me for dinner if you want to come.
Oh, tonight. Dinner tonight? Is that what you were implying, or?
I mean, he said within the next 3 days. He basically said any day within the next 3 days, just come down to the palace. I want to
It's
talk.
pretty much an open invitation if you take it within the next 3 days.
I mean, no, tonight. How about you,
Hey.
Bot? You're like American royalty, right? Sorry, USV royalty.
Yeah, so, no, what I was going to suggest is that actually, why don't we carry out this mission, and then that's an extra feather in your cap when we all go to talk to him. Like, not only are we up to like some really interesting stuff apparently that you're doing, and we have a doctor that's, you know, like a rising star within the Greater Dim military, but then also, hey, we're the only people who have gotten pictures of this Mega Zeppelin.
You know what, Vot? You're starting to grow on me.
I just think it's always a good idea to show up with something in your hand.
That's a good idea, Vot. I like it.
The first time that I came to see you, notwithstanding.
I think
no.
Prasik has a statement that has more meaning than he initially intended. The idioms are spreading.
Sorry, what?
Never mind.
What is that? What is he talking about? What does that mean?
That was a joke.
It's a joke. He was saying what I said has more meanings than there was something buried in there that was funnier to him than it was to the rest of us.
You make your way out of the front of the GA
Let's just go.
headquarters. And outside, you can see amongst the cars and whatnot, the various valets for the upper brass and probably the few people there with royal commissions. You can see the Silver Ghost out there. You make your way out to the Silver Ghost and hop in, just head back to the brass estate or townhouse.
So is the Dragonfly, Pegasus, Bicorn, do we actually have that prototype like working and assembled and ready for a test flight?
I think we made that.
I think we made that after I turned into Terminus.
Yeah, I think that's what.
Oh, okay, so no, it's not ready yet. Okay, got it.
Well, I mean, that's up to Spoon, honestly. Like, he has evenings. That's why I told him essentially his work time is double time. So if in the evenings he's just like piling onto the fucking Terminus project, then, you know, well, actually no, he needs more weird science. He needs essentially Prasic to help him out during the days.
Yeah,
but during the evening, he can basically Lego the fucking Pegasus together.
Yeah.
So that can be ready.
Yeah, that could be ready.
Okay. Yeah, because we should take a test flight, and when we leave to go, when we leave to head over to Illicoven, we should take it and make sure that we know what we're doing with it when we go.
Should we let Shriver know that it's ready first?
Yeah. Right. That's why I was asking. That's why I was saying, like, is it ready? Because, like, if it's ready, we should do a test flight, like, do all the appropriate stuff, and then if she wants to be the one to test fly it, go for it. But if she doesn't, then, you know, I will, and we can hand it off to her.
Your Pegasus today, only slightly used.
That's right. Well, you know, it's like when you get a new gun, right? It has like one shot fired out of it already.
Not my
Yeah.
gun.
Even your car, even when you get your car's
Exactly.
already been driven a little bit.
It's got like 3 miles on it by the time you get it. So yeah, let's head back to the estate, and if we're ready to go, then we'll see if Shriver's there, and we'll let her know what the situation is.
All right, you guys drive back across town, make your way through the cobbled streets of Achtereind. On your way over, you pass under a what would it be, what's it called? It's just like the subway that's like above ground.
Oh, just like the L.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, it's just an above ground train.
You can see, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you. I just couldn't get there. You see, you guys pass under an above ground train, and like it rumbles as you go past. You can see that there are, as it like kind of draws your attention up, you can see that there's more zeppelins around the towers of the castle and around the few skyscrapers in Achtereind as well than there usually is today. There's about 6 zeppelins sitting out there, none of which look like military. Well, they don't look like they have big-ass guns on them by comparison, you know. But it seems as though a lot of people have come in from all over Illicoven recently. Kind of give you the idea that some big shit is getting close to happening here. You make your way back to the estate and pull onto the property, or the townhouse, excuse me, and head on in. Mr. Balk is waiting for you at the door.
Mr. Bach,
Gentlemen, good to see you.
Good to see you. Do we have any, any good tailors around?
Of course, sir. I know the best in Achtereind.
Could we get him to make a house call to get our measurements?
It's
Of
me.
course.
I'm the best.
I would like to get the measurements for myself.
He puts his hand with his thumb to his ear and his pinky to his mouth, and he goes, "Hello, me. I'm looking for the best tailor in town." Switches hands. Yes, me. I'm already here. I'll be right there.
Puts on a new hat, pulls out a measuring tape.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I saw fucking Avatar recently too. Oh, that's my brother Crew.
Oh
You
man.
guys crazy.
Dr. Brasic, I believe Balk is being facetious.
Oh, I don't believe Bacchus he said those words at all.
No. It's all right. You guys walk into the house. You can see that Miss Shriver is sitting on like a divan, or is that the word I'm looking for? She's sitting on like kind of a lounging chair, and she's
Facetious.
Like a
reading a book.
chase.
A chase?
Yeah, that's a thing. A chase lounge. Yeah.
Gotta look it up. Keep going.
Miss Striver.
Oh, welcome back, boys.
Hey,
How'd
sorry.
it
It went well.
We're rich.
Would you be interested in dinner invitations to go see the Knight Commander?
go? Hell no.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
I appreciate the consideration, but I want nothing to do in that castle.
But would you be interested in the inaugural flight of the Pegasus?
Now you've got my interest.
This is how you do it, boys.
Hit it with the bad news first, then you hit it with the good news.
Get it the old rope-a-dope.
Yeah, I don't know if I could keep my hands off stuff in the palace. And I'd prefer not to end up in jail tonight.
Hmm.
So I think XKY47-2 has completed the assembly of the Pegasus, and we're ready for the test flight. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Ooh. Are we going now, or...
I mean, I have nothing better to do. This seems like a perfectly good time to go.
Where is it? Is it here?
Well, we can go in a couple of moments. I just want to get the tailor here so we can get our measurements done, and then we can have new suits ready for the dinner.
It is currently outside of Zandink's laboratory. It would need to be taxied out of the facility.
Exciting.
How much does that?
Alright.
How much does it weigh? You think?
You know the exact specifications on it. The craft itself weighs probably just over 1,000 pounds.
Approximately just over 1,000 pounds.
Oh yeah, there's no shoulder huck in that.
No.
All right,
Back to
so
the right page. Sorry.
I guess we could just go over there and then get it taxied out, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's do that then.
Are we
Fine.
going without the doctor?
Well, I mean,
Doctors?
I'm just saying, like, somebody has to
I mean, we're going with you. Yes, I would love to see that.
do the escorting. That's all, right? Like,
Sir, if I can have a moment of your time,
Yes.
or Mr. Balk says.
Yes.
Privately, sir.
Okay. Sure. I'm gonna step off with them. Let's. You all wait. Carry on. I'll be back in a moment.
Very well. On that note, who would fly the thing? Does Miss Shriver know how to fly?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
I was gonna steal the C Senora. That would be a pretty big oversight if I couldn't fly one of these things.
where did you learn how to fly?
What?
I said, where did you learn how to fly?
Look. It's not important right now.
All right. We'll talk. We're gonna talk about that.
Maybe.
I mean, not right now, but like at some point, we're gonna get to the bottom of that.
I'm sure at some point it'll be unavoidable.
Well, good. That makes it even easier because then we don't have to. I mean, you then know what you're doing, so we don't have to worry about it.
Mr. Balk takes you to your study upstairs and shuts the door behind you.
Okay.
Dr. Prasic, you may want to have Mr. Axel have a look at Miss Shriver. I happened to notice that she was having a problem earlier today while you were gone. She seemed to be vomiting quite a lot.
Oh no.
I'm wondering if perhaps maybe she is with child or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay. Yes, I'll have her see Dr. Axel before we leave for this test flight.
Of course. I just figured I'd bring it to your attention in private, sir.
That's fine. Thank you, Bulk.
Of course. He opens the door back up. You guys leave the study.
I'm trying to clarify and jump into the conversation as they're all talking about flying and. Oh, Shriver, I believe you should maybe check with Dr. Axel. Make sure everything is you're physically fit. As that the dragonfly or the unicorn,
The Pegasus.
whatever. The Pegasus, right? I keep forgetting what we're calling it. The Pegasus doesn't seem to have a cabin. You might need to make sure that you're fit and properly in shape.
Do I look out of shape?
No, not at all.
I think a pre-flight physical is like a totally normal procedure, especially when you're going to high altitude.
And even test flies, something brand new. All of our test pilots take pre-flight physicals.
Well, whatever. If you think that's
Dr. Axel?
Dr. Axel, is that actually something, or what? Is there some game afoot here?
I'm just gonna nod vigorously towards Dr. Axel.
I suppose, yeah, it would probably be in everyone's best interest to be in the best shape possible. Been working awfully hard. Sometimes we don't pay attention to our bodies. Myself included sometimes.
All right, if you think it's for the best. She seems to have some guarded, like, there's a joke going on here, kind of look about the room, like she's waiting for one of you and laugh and give it away. One of you to laugh and give it away.
I never laugh.
Not ever.
My character's just like looking at all the heads of the talking people, and he's just like, I have no idea what the hell's going on here.
I don't know what's going on here.
All right, I'm gonna take Axel really quick, and
Yeah, I was like, as far as I'm concerned, that actually is a relatively normal procedure.
Let me take Axel and be like, we can go find a room with Axel so that we can prepare it for you. See one that's in proper order. I'm gonna take Axel with me.
Miss Shriver leans over to you, Mr. Vaught, and goes, "Is this some old man perv shit?"
No, but if I had to guess, they're trying to casually get you any medical attention that you might need relative to the whoopsie from the other day.
What do you mean?
You were there. We talked about it.
From the safe incident.
And this is their way of it trying to be. I mean, yes, it is totally normal especially for a pre-flight check, because the last thing that you need is you to be looked at and it turns out that you went deep sea diving or something the same day that you were supposed to go up into the air. Right, that actually has some pretty significant drawbacks. But that's all normal pre-flight check type of stuff that they would do, and especially in military flight or test flight, test pilots do go through rigorous physical, scrutiny before they set. Because the last thing you need, right, is a multi-million-dollar piece of equipment going up in flames because somebody has a cramp or an embolism.
This seems like a very roundabout way to suggest that you're concerned whether or not Miss Shriver is okay.
Well, of course I am. But it is totally normal procedure for those things to occur.
Off in the side parlor, Dr.
Yeah.
Prasic and Dr. Axel.
All right. Dr. Axel, as you are aware from my previous discussions about Savange with you, it does have physical tax on people that handle it often. In fact, normally it's usually benign in nature. You have to get exposed to vast quantities amounts of it to be harmed in any noticeable way. Usually it's some physical illness. We've noticed some tumors here and there. The science isn't fully in yet on what it actually does or how it actually causes these things, but I'll make you aware now that the Savange that was recovered from my brother's safety deposit box and was in that safe is far more potent than any Savange I've ever taken out of silver. It's in excess of 30 times more potent, in fact. And I am worried that Miss Shriver, in that short exposure that she had, unprotected, with some of her body unprotected, as much as I had tried to give her some protection, she might be suffering some ill effects from it. I just want you to go over her, make sure she's not feeling any physical drain.
I mean, I've
Check
never
for sores.
I've never worked with this form of. Is it like a poisoning?
Here, come with me. I'm gonna take him up to.
I don't want to be poisoned by it.
You're not gonna be poisoned by it. Relax. I'm not taking you to expose you. I'm going to get my journals.
I can't read.
How'd you get this far?
Trust, dude. I just guessed a lot.
I'm getting my journals.
I'm really
Alright,
good at
so-
guessing.
Here's the problem with multiple choice quiz.
Axel had the illiterate hindrance the whole time. We just assumed that he could read.
Brilliant.
I'm getting my journals and I'm showing him like all the different things that I've documented over the years with like, different minors that reported illness and things like that. And I think I talked about this with you, X, and it's like the Prasic family has like, just kind of paid them their fucking wage out, or whatever, and said, hey, or go home. We'll pay out your wage for like the next couple of years because you were supposed to work here, but you had an accident.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we've been keeping it suppressed because we know how bad it can be. But like, I'm going over the medical reports from a lot of it so that Axel can see and try and draw a line of like.
The reports talk about cellular degeneration.
Exactly.
All kinds of bad effects.
Okay, so it's mainly just the effects. Is there anything on like things that they've noticed, like symptoms or ways to treat the symptoms that they've noticed have been effective?
As to this point, there are no known treatments.
Oh boy.
You're just looking to see if anything bad is happening to her. Looking to see if any of these things is happening right now.
There's a huge set of nuts on this woman. My God.
Wow.
What are these?
Look at those gonads.
Things are huge.
I can't tell if this is a mutation or they're just tumors.
Oh no.
All right. Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
go over with him and then
I'll
I'll
read
go.
of his notes and everything and try to take into like account of what I expect could cause potential problems and what to like. Can I go ahead and do a healing roll preemptively to see if I can, based off his notes and such, kind of have an idea of what I should be looking out for my next?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Perfect.
Yeah. You know exactly what tests to run to confirm and see if this is indeed the problem.
Okay, perfect.
Demons be healed, lay on hands.
All right. So then I'm going to leave Axel here in the side parlor and go back down and get Miss Shriver and be like, Miss Shriver, Axel's ready to see you now. He's got his med kit. He's cleared a bed and everything. You ready?
All right, let's get this out of the way so I can get up in the sky.
Test flight. Test flight.
Yes, test flight.
She goes into the next room with Dr. Axel. Well, Doc?
So, tell me about, have you been feeling ill of late? Any kind of...
How'd you tell her to get naked first?
Because that's not the right way to do stuff as a doctor, Dante. You don't walk in a doctor's office and say, let me see your dick.
Wait, that's not how your doctors treat you. That's how they treat me. They go like, yo, Dante, take off your shirt, take off your pants, get on the table.
Dante, that's because you're black.
Turn your head and cough.
You must be going to a doctor, because that ain't how my doctors do me. They're like, all right, so explain to me what's been going on. And I talked to him for a bit. They're okay, well, I'm going to step out of the room for a bit. Go ahead and undress yourself. Here's a garb, this and that. Place this on. And I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, Dante's doctor's like, whip out that dick.
Let me see that thing, boy.
So we don't mention. Well, we don't
Give me
mention
a
that my
dap
doctor's a 60-year-old lady.
Oh,
Oh,
Show me your penis, Sammy.
yeah, that's what she's boy, let me see that big. Oh, dick.
All right.
Let me see that black snake.
Anaconda black snake.
All right,
My
moving on.
anaconda don't. Anyway, I'm gonna go through the preliminaries with her. Ask her about any kind of symptoms, illnesses, any kind of like odd. I can't think of my words, dude. It can't come out. It's stuck. Oddities. I think that's my word.
Okay.
Experience.
Or odd occurrences, or...
Yeah, we'll go with that. Close enough.
Okay. She mentions that she thinks she had food poisoning.
And I'm probably match
she
up.
threw up, but she hydrated properly afterwards. She says she knows she's not pregnant because she hasn't fucking boned down to anyone in a while. Not quite in those terms, but
okay. Has those symptoms occurred again since the first time, or is this just been a one-time off thing?
it was just a bit today.
She was exposed, out of character, she was exposed yesterday or the day before? Or was this weeks ago?
That was like 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah, it was like 2 weeks ago.
Oy vey. So one time, okay. Dante, did you pass on the information, what your butler told you as far as how many times she's thrown up or anything, or is...
Well, the butler only told me one time, but yes, I would have passed that on.
Okay. So...
She mentions that she's starting to think that the chef might not be worth his wage.
Oh, she's gonna die. Can't tell her that though. All right, well let's do your checkup. Make sure everything is good and that you don't have any kind of underlying problems, hearts, everything like that. And I'll give her a bathrobe or something like that and tell her I'm going to step out of the room for a moment, and if she would please adorn it. I'm gonna be very professional.
Go ahead and make your healing roll.
Heck yeah.
She follows through with the tests and stuff like that. You get some like cheek swab samples and other stuff like that. There's enough stuff here, like microscopes and whatnot, for you to like look at the cells from the swabs and whatnot to get an adequate idea. On 9, that's success with a raise. According to the documents that Dr. Prasic has handed over to you, she is exhibiting some of the early stages of radiation poisoning, or Sauvage poisoning.
Okay. My character, would he know on... If I'm sure he would that designate her as unable to actually be able to fly? Or would it just be something that it'll have to start to be monitored from this
It's
point
something
forward?
you need to keep an eye on, because the later stages that are mentioned in the file mention like cellular liquefaction, which is like a complete breakdown of the cells, which will of course lead to death eventually. But it doesn't seem to be that progressed, though. Given the amount of exposure from the documents, it seems as though she's actually gotten quite a dosage of Sauvage poisoning from her one incident. The things that you're seeing in the microscope are kind of like indicative of like a few exposures. to get to where she's progressed to.
Uh-oh.
Obviously, she's been exposed to more than a standard dose of Sauvage.
30 times greater the value of what it normally is.
Yeah, man, you got it.
If it was
Alright.
1 Rodigan, this is actually like 300 Rodigan.
And Dante wants to make the gun that shoots this shit at people.
Other than that, I'm going to assume everything else
That boy's gonna die tomorrow.
Yeah, aside from that, she's in good shape. She's well hydrated, well nourished.
All right. I'm going to inform her that everything looks good, but there is some stuff that I'm going to go ahead and just keep an eye on just for the sake of knowing. I'll tell her I think it could be involving potential exposure to something, and we're just going to monitor it, but she should be okay for right now.
She nods. She says, all right, maybe I just don't eat here for a little while.
I don't think the food will be too much of an issue. I've been doing some research on some stuff. It may be in relation to Dr. Prasik's work, but I would assume you probably haven't come in too much contact with what he does, so I think you, for the most part, should be okay. But I'm still going to monitor you just for the sake of... obviously, I'm not going to check on you every day, but if you feel any like odd symptoms or, something out of the ordinary, let me know. Other than that, I think we're all ready to fly. I'll do a checkup on the other guys and make sure they're good as well. And then hopefully we're airborne.
All right, let's go do this.
Slap her on the butt. All right, let's go. No.
Key, and I cannot stress this enough, yaw.
Well, being that my girlfriend's dead, might as well get a new one. Am I right? A radiation poison one.
Oh, that's really smart. Get a girlfriend that you know will be dead in like a month.
You know what they say? Use them up, throw them away.
Jeez.
It's like vacation days. Use it or lose it. You know what I mean?
Yep. It expires at the end of the year.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is too sad.
Don't tell her. Just don't tell her. She doesn't have to know. All right, I'm gonna
She's
check.
like, why are my eyeballs seeping?
Something really hurts. It's my whole body. It feels like existence itself is pain.
It's everything that hurts.
All right, I'll finish up with the
In
guy.
my defense, I told her not to open the box.
I'll inform Dr. Prasik of what I also found out as well, just so he's aware of, the potential condition that she might come into as we're going out and about, based on his notes.
Yeah, I was gonna mention, yes, the curious woman didn't want to look in the dangerous box.
She has it at major.
Yep. Oh boy.
It might
so
be a warrior as well.
You go through and check the rest of the people out, making sure that they're all right. Everybody comes back basically in good health, except for you have a hard time finding a heartbeat in XKY 47-2. Might be time to do something about that.
Knock it off.
It's for the best.
That's so funny. Why is that so funny? It's like I can't hear the heart over this engine rattle. What's going on, man?
Clear the area. We're gonna start chest compressions.
Oh my god, his rapid heartbeat.
Claire!
He shuts off.
All right. So you guys get everybody checked out and head down to the Diesel Tech Labs, the R&D facility. You guys wheel out the Pegasus and take it down a freight elevator to the main grounds. And It's up to you if you guys want to keep it like covered with a tarp or some shit like that. But you're on like GNA property, so
Pretty much cured through and through.
Yeah, I don't know that it matters. But I mean,
If they want to see that we got guns getting on our airship, that's chill.
right? Yeah, exactly.
No,
Let's not have it covered.
I'm not gonna fret with it being covered myself.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have bothered with covering it. It's like a day old.
it's fine.
Yeah, because of that, looks like the local mob group comes and steals your airship again.
Damn it!
Looks like we're going after Eliosh again.
All right, Alyosha, what'd you do with it?
I have sold it to my friends.
Turned it into submarine.
You know what, Alyosha? You suck. Has anyone ever fucking told you that? You suck.
We all live in a yellow submarine.
Look, man, I don't know what pinko kami shit you and your boys are up to in there, but what you decide to do in your off time is all up to you. That's fine. All right, let's do it, guys.
Sorry.
Board.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So you guys take it out to a place where it looks like you've got enough room to take it off, or are you going to try and deploy it from the C Senora?
Well, let's start with we don't need like how much runway do we actually need, or can this just like instant?
Well, it's not a
Take
VTOL. It takes a little bit of room to take off. Obviously,
Okay.
you could throw it out the back of the cargo door in flight, and it would just be like a glider being deployed. You know.
Right. Let's make sure that. Go ahead.
I was going to say the wings fold on it, allowing it to essentially be fit into a cargo space much easier. But yeah, it can take off and land on its own. But it doesn't need like a huge runway. You know, it's kind of like in a way like a biplane. It can take off in a pretty short runway.
Okay. All right. Well, Trevor, you're up.
All right, wish me luck.
Oh, you don't.
The double ones. I'm predicting it now. Double ones, Benny. Double ones, Trevor dead. Let's see.
Wait. Wait. Real quick. Let's make sure. It's a test flight, right? So there's a pre-flight checklist. Let's go through the list of stuff. All right. Let me see what I can remember. And then basically what I'm going to do is I want to assist.
Okay, you're gonna assist with piloting.
Yes, to make sure, like, okay, let's go through the list. Here's all the stuff that I remember. That I remember having to check when I would do test flights at VOD Industries.
I don't know why, but I'm totally getting fucking flashbacks of when you were trying to teach Ivy in the Cyberpunk game
How to ride a motorcycle,
fucking scooter,
and
she crashed it on the lot.
Yeah, it's a lot like that.
All right, go ahead and make your assist roll here. No. All right.
I'm gonna Benny it. Sorry.
I mean, you don't have to.
There we go. Yeah, but I was, doing it.
Hey,
All right, that gives her success with a raise, and she does the pre-flight, goes through the tried and true VOT tested pre-flight routine, and powers it up, and taxis out to a bit of the road that's cleared out, or I should say, actually, probably the proving grounds out by the R&D facility. And the engines kick on, you see her taxi out there and begin to make her first flight. She lifts off into the air after maybe 150 feet of taking off, and takes it up into the sky. And you see her kind of dart almost straight up into a headwind, and you can see her like hovering in a way. Once she gets to about 200 feet, she's like hovering against the headwind for a second, and then a moment later she turns the vehicle, and you see her bank into the wind, and the thing swoops back, and she buzzes you guys as she passes over. You hear the loud sound of the engines and the propellers as it passes by over you guys.
Onto my hat. It looks good.
Nice.
Yeah. You guys sit out there for about 15 minutes. You watch her do like maneuvers, like she banks around a bit. Actually, people start coming out from the R&D facility, and you see them like basically shielding the sun from their eyes, like the twilight from their eyes, as they're watching Schreiber kind of like fly around the facility and out over the harbor. One of the random technicians like comes out and says, "I'll be damned. That thing's awesome. When are we rolling these things out?"
Not soon enough, I guess, huh?
I'd like to get my hands on one of those.
Hey! I'm like trying to call to Schreiber, and I'm gonna check my watch, and I'm gonna make a really big motion of trying to be like, look, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a speed run. I want to see how fast this thing can move.
Okay. She has no idea what you're waving at her on the ground. There's no such thing as radios, and you don't have flags for communication on you.
Right. No, I know that the likelihood of that was going to be pretty low, but I was still going to try. Right. I'm like making like the stopwatch, like the stopwatch sort of movement.
One of the things that you do notice that's particularly impressive about the vehicle is that when used properly, you see her at one point like take the propellers like straight up. Let's see, if you're looking at the picture from the vehicle list, or excuse me, she takes the vehicle like straight up into the air and takes her hands off the control and kind of aims at you like with a mock gun in her hand, as if she's basically using the headwind against the low stall speed to kind of hover there and hold steady. And she makes a joking gesture of like firing a weapon at you guys, and then she grabs a hold of the controls again and like swoops back down towards you guys. She after about 20 minutes comes in for a landing, and let's see, this is where she dies.
Yes. No one wants to die by having their cells fall apart on each other. Let it be swift and
Right?
easy.
She just falls out of the sky,
She'll-
and my
she'll
character
Benny
just
that.
sits in the background.
This is
I'll get the shovel.
okay. She goes. She brings it in and lands it and taxis over to you guys. And as she's taxiing over, you can see her kind of riding it like a motorcycle on the ground. And you see the wings like fold up, making it almost motorcycle shape. Now, granted, the small wheels don't mean that it would like be as quick on the ground as like a motorcycle would be.
Oh yeah.
She is able to drive it over you guys pretty easily. She says, "That's pretty cool. All right,
It's very, very impressive.
I'll consider our debts paid."
Such a pilot, Driver. Might want to. I know you're such a good pilot, Driver.
I do all right.
Might want to teach some of those maneuvers to our boys in near GNA when they start using this thing.
any input
Well, I mean-
on how it handles.
Well, I mean, you know, lessons are probably going to cost extra. So, should we load this thing up into the C Senora?
Uh-huh.
I think that'd be a good safe place to keep it. We might even get to utilize it here next couple days.
To clarify,
Hopefully
there's no
tomorrow.
guns on this thing, are there?
So how close do you think you could realistically get it to stall out?
Hold on. Spoon, what'd you say?
I was just like, there are not any guns in the thing, are there?
No. Not
Okay.
at current, anyways.
Should we arm it first?
Arm it. I mean,
I
maybe.
was thinking 30mm dual-linked cannons. Input?
I think
Kinda
30
big.
millimeter cannons would probably push this thing around in the air.
That'd be a little big. Bring it back into about maybe 10, maybe 20. 20 at most. If we want to conserve ammo, maybe keep it down to about standard field machine gun caliber.
I was thinking like a 30 caliber like machine gun. I probably shouldn't have said cannons.
Yeah, you said cannon, and I'm like, it's a really big round. You fire that thing, it goes flipping all over the place.
What about a pair of 30 cal machine guns?
That's perfect. You could carry a decent amount of ammo and be effective.
Alright, I can't imagine that would take me more than 4 hours.
Yeah, with the machine guns, it wouldn't take you very long to integrate those.
I'll go get the paperwork.
I shall gather the electronics.
All right.
Sorry, I was actually looking up 30 cal machine guns. Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, 30 cal is really like, I'm pretty sure they're like just the same as 30-06, whatever it was. Pretty sure that's what they were.
The first
All right.
one comes up is the Browning M1919.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
All right. You want me to make a repair check on this?
Sure.
Skadoosh.
Very well. All right. Over the course of about 4 hours, in that time, are you going to stay at the R&D facility and use the labs to upgrade it,
Yeah.
or are you going to upgrade it in the back of the C Senora?
I could do it at the back of the C Senora.
Okay.
Yep. Same
Yeah,
as 760 round.
Upgrade it, and you're putting on what? 30 cal machine gun.
I don't know that there are any 30 cal machine guns currently designed within your universe, so I could like.
The first ones were in 1917, so yes.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't look like they're much bigger than 7.62.
No, they're not. They're literally just 762.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. So that's not necessarily difficult.
I'm pretty
I mean-
sure that's what I'm shooting, actually. Shooting something bigger. Hold on.
Probably 7.92.
I'm
The
shooting.
Mauser round?
I'm shooting 8mm.
Oh, 8 mil, right.
Which is the Mauser round, yes. I'm out here shooting a slightly bigger bullet than the 30 cal machine gun.
All right. Let me look at it.
I would like to poison my bullets now with the radiation.
Depleted uranium rounds.
All right.
I've now designed the Sabo round for a rifle.
Brassic doesn't know what depleted uranium is. He'd be using real uranium.
Exactly, yeah. Depleted? Nah, this is fucking triple potency uranium. What are you talking about?
mutually assured destruction. I have an entire magazine of this, and I only need to kill you with one shot. It'll take 3 weeks, but you will die.
The round doesn't even have to hit you; it just has to get near you.
All right, so you go and work on that. In the meantime, we'll say that Dash and Vought are down at the harbor, and Shriver as well, while Dash works on the Pegasus.
Are the GNA guys down there working on installing the gun?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the meantime, Dr. Prasik, you and Mr. Axel head back to the townhouse to get fitted for suits.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. When you guys arrive back at the estate, or the townhouse, you see there is a gentleman standing at the doorstep who has a tripod slung over his shoulder and a large box under one arm, who's talking to Mr. Balk. He is wearing his dress uniform. Seems like a gentleman from the GNA.
I'm gonna walk up the steps and go, he must be the photographer that the major mentioned.
He turns around first before he gives you a nod, and he salutes to Lieutenant Axel.
I'll slip back to him.
I'm gonna reach out, take his hand. Dr. Prasik.
He shakes your hand.
This is Lieutenant Dr. Axel.
He says, "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Sergeant Herman von Stratton. Was told that I'm supposed to be your photographer for at least a short trip. I think we're taking relatively soon, if I'm not mistaken."
Yep, tomorrow morning.
Oh,
Out
excellent.
there while the sun's up so that we can get good pictures.
Bresic just needs to help me with a little project, and then we should be there.
Yes, another little project. Which one is it this time?
It would be the same project we've been working on for the last 3 weeks.
No. I mean, but which
I thought.
things
Hold
are
on.
they?
Whoa. I thought Dash is staying in the harbor to put guns on the Pegasus.
Right.
Oh, were we not done with that?
There yet?
Oh, okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
I figured they were going back to get fitted while you worked on the Pegasus.
Forget me, ignore me, I'm not here.
Dookie, go!
Yeah, so it's Mr. Axel and Dr. Axel and Dr. Prasik here.
So,
He says, "Go ahead."
Sergeant, how much have you been informed as far as what you'll be tasked with?
I heard I was supposed to take some aerial photographs of some mega zeppelin. I guess they're calling it the New Dawn.
Okay, so you do have a light assessment as far as what you're going to be expected to do. So we will be flying, just so you're aware, into hostile territory. Naturally, we'll be taking reconnaissance photos of a very, very large military-grade zeppelin, flying beast, to say the least. We're going to be primarily focusing on its armaments, any kind of weaknesses that we can spot from the air. That'll be our priority, and then naturally our secondaries will be any kind of ground objectives, what purpose that the ground may have in connection to the New Dawn, and vice versa, troop movements, etc., etc.
Understood.
Go ahead, Doctor.
I was gonna say-
I have 50 feet of celluloid film with me. Do you think that's going to be enough?
Oh, that would be excellent for the flyby.
Yeah, I think that'll actually be pretty fantastic.
I also have film for stills as well, but I imagine that using some of the new camera technology would be good to get some actual motion picture of the New Dawn that we're supposed to be reconning.
For what it's worth, will you need to bring any kind of extra equipment on board so that we can like, I don't know, stabilizers of some kind, or do you anything like that, or will you be doing it simply?
Well, I have a tripod. I don't know what else you mean beyond stabilizers, but
Well,
I was going to say I have 50 feet of celluloid film, which is nothing, like really, right now. This was actually for a shoot that I was planning on doing primarily here. Once you have your entire crew ready, just as like kind of a cover piece for the film to mark the people who went on this journey. We could do that at any time, but I'm going to, of course, have more film requisitioned for the actual footage when we get out into Illicoven's theater.
I see. Well, for what it's worth, have you ever been airborne before, Sergeant?
No, I haven't been airborne before, but I don't think that that should be too much of a problem. I don't have an aversion to heights, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, well, that's just what I was wanting to really verify. The platform in which we're going to be flying on is a very large vessel. It shouldn't encounter too much instability. We have one of the best pilots you can probably get around. And for what it's worth, I expect that you should be able to pretty much carry out your job with little to no resistance as far as the aircraft itself. We'll probably position you somewhere near either the cockpit or one of the side windows, respectively, depending on what you're going to view as the best option. And naturally, being that you are the expert, we'll take your advice in regards to where you think you need to be set up at. I don't know as far as how your tripod setup may work. We may have to do like a temporary mounting setup somewhere in the cockpit or something like that, but I'm sure we can get it figured out when we actually go there.
Sure.
Will you be lodging here with us tonight, or will you be returning to your...
No, sir. This is just to come and make contact with you. I was hoping to take a little footage today. I'm trying to put together a... well, it's an educational picture, sir. Like a documentary, I suppose, of sorts.
One for the history books.
Exactly. You know, it's kind of a who's who of the people going on this expedition. As I understand it, I don't believe that aerial photography in motion picture has really been done too much yet. There has been some work in the USV that I'm familiar with aerial photography, but motion picture is kind of a maiden voyage for photography, I suppose. At least when we're talking about flying around.
Well, it sounds like you may be one of the very first pioneers.
Is the captain of the vessel, is that what it would be called? No, the pilot, I guess.
You can refer to him as both. I'm sure he would quite enjoy being called a captain.
And as I understand it, it's the Vought LS-01, the Majesty that's parked in the harbor, right?
I believe it's referred to or labeled as the Sea Senorita. It's pretty unmistakable. She's quite a large...
I've seen the artwork.
Yeah, it's pretty identifiable. But yeah, it will be down there first thing, probably before daybreak, and trying to get up in the air, at least at the crack of dawn, I would imagine. Being airborne and, in the clouds.
Is it just the three of you then, sir? Well, four of us, I suppose. The captain, the two of you, and myself.
We may have a XK unit that'll be accompanying us as well as one potential female who's been also in our party, depending on what her status and situation is as far as her own life. But looking at somewhere between 5 to 6 people, if I count correctly.
I'd like to, if it's not too intrusive, perhaps find some point in which I could maybe get some footage of the people who are going on this expedition, just in more of a candid environment. Not something like a portrait, but perhaps maybe we make it look like you're planning the operation or something like that, or maybe you are actually planning the operation.
We'll have some preliminary sit down as far as in discussion of what we want to do. Probably be first thing in the morning as far as going over flight plans with the pilot, and and so forth. But me and Dr. Prasik are actually heading to get some clothing tailored for ourselves, and then after that, I'm sure we can set up for. How long do you expect it to take? 30 minutes each, or even less time than that, maybe?
I don't have that much film. I'm just looking for kind of some candid shots that we can do. Some sort of like some silent imagery, text to explain what the viewer is watching, who they are, the people who've embarked on this endeavor.
Okay.
Something that I imagine it probably won't take more than a half hour of time, honestly. I'm trying to be as non-invasive as possible, of course.
Absolutely. Let's go get this taken care of real quick. We have an appointment set up, and when we return here, if you'd like to wait, naturally the Prasik residence is open to you. I'm sure Dr. Prasik wouldn't mind you staying for the few minutes that we'll be gone. Again, we'll take up a
If you want if you do really want some candid images of what's happening right now, I believe two of the people that are accompanying us, Vought himself and the XK unit, should be, and Shriver actually, should all be down at the pier shortly, or even now, as a matter of fact, loading a device onto the Sea Senora. So, I mean, if you hurry, you might be able to catch them still working on it.
I don't think I can make it in time, Dr. Prasik, but maybe we could actually set something up for this evening or tomorrow. Does that sound good?
Tomorrow morning before we
The man
leave,
doesn't
then.
look like he owns a car. He's like,
Tomorrow morning before we leave, meet us at the docks. We'll give you your candid shots of us planning and working.
excellent. I look forward to it. I'll see you down there in the morning then.
Yes.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you for your time. Lieutenant, he salutes.
Sergeant? Just realized my mic was off again.
He takes his leave of you, and you guys head into the estate. Walking into the townhouse, you see Mr. Balk is standing there, and there is a man in a very nice suit with him. The two of them are talking. He has a woman with him. Both of them have like cloth tape measures over their shoulders. The woman has like obvious pins and pieces of fabric and stuff like that, swatches of fabric as well, like with her. You walk in and Mr. Balk says, Dr. Prasik, Dr. Axel, good to see you. This is Mr. Hasselbrock. He's the tailor.
Good to meet you, Mr. Hasselbrock.
Pleasure is mine. Doctors?
Yes,
Doctor?
Yes. Me and my friend here would like to get some suits tailored for a dinner at the palace. Maybe tomorrow evening?
I don't think that should be a problem.
Then.
Well, I'm here for a preliminary fitting, so perhaps we can do that and get out of your way.
Yes, that sounds good. If you would, I guess I'll can meet me in the side parlor then.
Of course.
Start.
We'll move our things in there.
Better than doing this right here in the main foyer.
You guys spend a bit of time getting fitted for suits. There is many of expensive types of materials and patterns for you to choose from. You can pattern it however you like. But after the fitting, they let you know that your suits will be ready by noon tomorrow. This is the type of tailor who caters to the ultra wealthy, and has an entire shop that will get your stuff hand stitched and made right away.
Sorry, I was gonna say, how expensive is it?
How expensive is it?
Yeah, let's just knock
how
out the price.
expensive do you want it to be? Because
Actually,
you're the one choosing.
Fuck
the
it. No.
material.
Actually, my real question was gonna be. I just remembered what it was. What time of year is what's the weather like? Because I want to get a suit that matches the weather a little bit.
It's late spring.
Late spring. Okay, so something a little colorful, but not too colorful. Like a nice yellowish kind of suit.
Okay.
Kind of like not like off white, not fully yellow, but off white. Nice bright fabric,
Like eggshell.
like eggshell. Yeah.
Okay. You guys choose your patterns and the materials, and they take
I
your-
reassure
your
Axel I will
measurements.
cover the bill.
Oh, I appreciate that. I normally would wear my military dress ups, but those are unfortunately in Illicoven because, well,
right.
problems. So, unfortunately, I don't want to wear my my normal uniform, such a prestigious location.
I mean, you're at the GNA or near the GNA headquarters. It's not hard for you to get another set of military dress uniform if that's what you prefer to wear.
I know you wear something nice. I'm making you wear something nice.
I'll wear something nice for the time being, but I do need to go get my nice ones, my nice dress up,
Okay.
just in case I have a big important meeting with the boss.
Your dress blacks.
My dress slacks. Okay, go ahead.
You guys get done with the fitting.
I'm getting a black
Sorry, go
pinstripe. Clean
Black
cut.
pinstripe.
Yep.
All right. But yeah, after they're done, they take their measurements, assure you that they will have the product delivered to you by tomorrow at noon. And they
Excellent.
take off. What is this?
Aerial camera circa World War II. I was
Oh,
curious
no.
how big of a camera that guy would actually need. Yeah, they're like massive.
Talk about some zoom, though.
That's
Yeah.
a big boy.
But that exactly, those were like aerial footage trying to get city layouts and stuff.
Makes
So
sense.
not surprising that they were
How
so
many
large.
megapixels is that thing?
22.
It's 1 megabit.
Yeah, it's 1 megapixel.
One big, just.
Amazing. That's
Yeah.
a huge bastard. God damn.
Yeah, that is the Kodak K24 camera. Fucking ridiculous.
That's a fucking monster.
Yeah.
All right, back down at the harbor. You guys are putting the finishing touches on the Pegasus. The military crew is in fitting the Sea Senorita with machine guns. We need to talk about how many machine guns you guys are putting in and what kind of armament you want to put on this beast.
Did Vought give us an outline, or did he just say just guns? Lots
No, I
of
mean,
guns.
frankly, I'm a little less concerned about the number and the amount of damage that they can inflict, and I'm more interested in, is there a way that we can sort of mask them and deploy them at will? So that way we're not constantly running around looking like we're a military plane.
I could carve holes into your hull and make little trap door guns.
Right. I mean, so originally my thought was that they're actually on, the guns are actually on rails. And when you actually push them
cannon
forward to
style.
deploy them. Right,
Like
yeah, when
cannon-
you push them forward to deploy them and lock them in place, the actual door in the aircraft, opens up. And the barrel gets pushed through.
Yo, that's pretty dope. Can we just send Dash 2 to supervise them doing it?
I mean, he's there now.
There.
Yeah, heck yeah.
He's
We're
got
past.
the engineering know-how.
He's gonna know that. He's a genius. He's
The
also
bot's there. He can totally tell Dash, here's the idea I have.
I have
build this.
D12 smarts. I'm not precognizant.
Exactly. He just has to tell him this is the idea I have, and Dash can build it.
Yeah, so I'll gather everyone around before they start actually like bolting stuff in. Like now that we know what we're
It's
trying
your
to
plane. You figure it out.
do. Right.
Yeah.
But before that's the thing is like before they start like just getting to work, it's like okay, everybody, let's. I kind of talk about this is what I would like to do. Like this obviously isn't a military aircraft. I would like for it to keep the
You need
appearance of a
coverage from
civilian
all
aircraft, right, and be covered. And then if we need to deploy it as a actual military-esque aircraft with appropriate defenses, then we do that. And I explain the idea that I had about the rails and there being some sort of mechanism that will open the doors to push the barrels through and all that stuff. Is that a thing that we can do, guys? And they just kind of like pose it to the group.
Thumbs
Okay.
up.
Same. Just from across the room. Thumbs up. I'm just chewing on something. Yeah, it's good.
It kind of just sounds like you want us to have like a rail that we just like can move it on and have a terminus and then just have it turn from there.
Slide it in place, locking pin, boom.
Right. Slide it in place, locking pin. That was my idea, yeah.
I mean, that's up to whoever wants to design the mechanism. So I leave that to science roll. But yeah, certainly that could be done. Use like one gun system that you can move from like the two different sides and then maybe the rear.
Success with a raise.
Yep, success with the raise. Yeah, I mean, it's up to you guys how you want to configure them.
I think that's a fantastic idea. I like
Yeah.
the rail system.
Yeah, it definitely will make things simpler. Okay, so I guess then the question is about deploying them. Are we envisioning that? What kind of guns did they issue us?
Probably something like a 2 linked fucking Vickers or something. Let's see what else we got.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be like essentially dual linked Vickers machine guns.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so then with that idea, like I'm envisioning a dedicated gunner, given the size of the craft.
Yeah, I'm kind of assuming that there would be like a chair attached to this like
Right.
railing that
Like
would
a-
allow you to like slide along the track to different ports, pin it in place, open the door, and then just go to town.
Like a ball gunner inside though, kind of thing.
Well, I mean, so that's the thing is if it's like in a chair, right? Then basically the only way to do that is to just slide it out the back, and you have a dude sitting in the chair with either gun, right?
I was
As
thinking
opposed to
mounting like 3 guns total, like one on the right, one on the left, one on the rear. Like we have the access to them.
So instead of having them on a track, you want them just permanent emplacements on the sides.
I thought he meant a track as in like actual cannon style, where like you push like the gun forward and then the port pops open and you lock it in place, and then when you're done you pull the gun back in, like push the barrel upwards, like vertically.
Yeah, I mean, that
Store it.
certainly could be.
yes, that is definitely what I was originally what I was considering was something like
Yeah,
that,
that's what I thought
which
too.
wouldn't necessarily require a dedicated gunner. You would just
No,
have
you
to run the cables in through the cockpit so that the pilot or the co-pilot could shoot. But then it's
No,
like
you would just move.
fixed
No, you would have
position.
someone on the. You would have someone on the gun. They would have
I'm
to get to
thinking
the
it
gun
like
and push it out.
B-17 style, where you have like 2 side gunners sitting there on the gun, like looking out. Like look up a B-17 and look at how the side guns are positioned on them. It's got like 2 little windows. Now naturally we're not going to be goobers and have 2 wide open windows. But
But why not?
we'd have it where it like has a little port that pops out. But if you look, there's like 2 windows right there between like the back wing and the main wing. That's kind of what I was thinking. Only on a very very big seaplane. Now,
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Guns,
Yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with that. That's what. That's exactly what I want to do. I want to do that. So then that would mean that each gun needs a dedicated gunner.
which we have enough people.
Right.
Now.
Right. But I'm just saying that's the plan going forward. So that means, and if we are able to have the tail gun as well, which I would like, then we have 3 guns. You need 3 people to be able to shoot those guns plus a pilot. So that means minimum crew for air combat would be like 4 people.
Yes. Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
and specifically those guns are on a system, or on a rail system where the gunner will have to push it forward and deploy it and lock it in place.
Right. For as far as for like stowage / like hiding it, so to speak.
Right.
Okay. Perfect. See, that's what
Cool.
I thought you were trying to get, but then you're like,
No, you're right. It's just like, but now we actually had to like flesh it out more and think about.
I was the one who was muddying the waters there. I imagined if you imagine like a train track that ran around the perimeter of the cargo deck, and essentially the gun could slide in and out of ports that opened up on the side, so you only had like one gun, but it could hit like either side and then just slide around the track to the other side of the plane or to the back, fire out the rear, something like that.
Sure.
But if you wanted to have 3 emplacements, then that's fine.
Yeah, I think we'll opt for the 3 emplacements. Yeah.
Okay. And then all they do is slide out to deployed state and slide back into,
Right, because the entire objective is to just make it seem like it's not a military aircraft, because it's not.
Okay.
until it is.
Until it is, and then it transforms, and it's like.
Then we activate the Gall 17. 1,500 rounds per minute, 7.62 high explosive incendiary rounds.
All right, Prasik, let's get that weird science roll.
Please.
There we go.
He's the most high explosive rounds right there. The hero of Octarine.
Dante turned into fucking Bradsby for a second there.
Yeah.
Keep hear his voice in my head every night. Don't forget your coat, sir.
Very good, sir.
So, I'm assuming he's like person number 1 we're going to try and find on the ground.
You can find bits
In
and pieces
Illico.
on the ground.
Oh God! Stop saying that.
Well, we'll either find him or we'll find his grave.
I did it all for you, sir. I would give my life for you.
Good old Bradsby Chowder.
Kobe.
Message for you, sir. That's totally the like.
All right. So you lay out the plan. The engineers start working on the guns and putting them into the C Senora. And you guys are free to retire for the evening or do anything else with the evening that you want.
Can this ever be so convenient as to have my transformation into Terminus?
Sure.
I mean, I gotta look good for when we meet the bigwigs, right?
Hell yeah.
Sure. Put on your new fucking metal suit.
Scare the shit out of this random guy with newsreel and put him on the map because now my character has like 2.5 hours of audio recording.
The terrifying sound of the end of humanity.
Indeed.
Everyone's
Alright.
gonna attach plastic to it for the rest of fucking our existence.
Oh boy, here I go repairing again.
Here's the man who
So anyway,
put humanity on the collision course with destruction. His name is Lat Prasik. What's the repair roll for?
I just wanted to make the joke.
it's highly
Alright,
effective.
in case anyone needed a refresher of what happened when the altercation in question happened.
Please stop laughing. Please stop laughing. Terminus, I need you to stop laughing.
Yes.
Terminus, please. We're in
All right, shut him down.
we're in refined company. Please stop.
Is his shutdown button still behind like the neck?
No, but I still have that. Hey, toss
Nobody
me the
knows
fucking.
where my shutdown button is. You have
Toss me the
asked.
gauntlet. Toss me the gauntlet.
Wait, where is his shutdown
Give me
button?
the shocker.
You haven't asked.
Give me the shocker.
I want to know now. I'm asking directly. Where's your shutdown button?
You haven't met me.
If it's an emergency, where do I go? Stop. Don't touch me there.
Give me the gauntlet. Toss me
I swear.
Give me the gauntlet. I just need it, just in case.
Just in case.
All right, you guys. After the transformation of Terminus that evening, Prasic returns home from the GNA R&D facility, and he walks into the townhouse.
Does he sound different? He sounds different, right?
Uh-huh. He walks into the townhouse with a different looking robot.
Salutations, everyone.
Shriver says, "Ooh, Dr. Prasic, did you get Dash a playmate?"
Allow
No.
me to reintroduce myself. I am the unit formerly known as XKY-47-2. If you would, please, call me Terminus. Terminus Zandink.
Terminus.
Terminus.
Correct.
I'm calling him Tim.
What?
It's much less foreboding.
Yeah, that's not
So-
great.
Shriver stands up and walks over to Terminus. You see her kind of like checking out the new chassis as if it's a car, kind of like cocking her head to get a better angle and like walking around Terminus. She says, "Is this actually Dash in here?"
Yes, in essence, it is Dash.
She starts
as
like
if-
kind of prodding at his like exterior. Like, can you get him out of there? Where does it
With
open,
some-
Dash?
What did she say?
Where does it open, Dash?
Oh no, his.
I now have multiple parts that open, but if you're asking where my card system is, it's now resting in here, behind this.
He motions toward the little glass bauble, or what you can assume to be glass in the center of his chassis. Additionally, am I wearing my pimp cloak?
Sure.
Awesome.
My pimp cloak.
I'm assuming that your pimp cloak is mostly cosmetic at this point.
Mostly cosmetic, unless you want to give it armor, weight, and a value.
I think we're going to have to talk about that, and that's
Okay.
going to be part of the modules that you rolled for, where you have, if I'm not mistaken, 4 extra spots from building the new chassis.
We succeeded with a raise every time, and I had a bonus, so it's either 6 or 7.
Yeah. You got all of the 6 that you needed to build the suit, and had 4 extra raises on top of that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
All right.
I should've
But yeah,
felt
we'll
more
talk
of
about
it.
if the function of it. But yeah, you can have that right now as well.
Yeah, we
Why
can do
did I
that.
let those rolls fail? Why did I Benny any of them?
Shriver says, but wait, where's the other you?
You know,
My previous
It's not
shell
hit-
is currently sitting within Zandink's lab.
he does raise
Can
a
you-
philosophical quandary.
Can you go back into that one?
I could.
I thought that one was much cuter.
I see.
This one's Intimidating, I guess, somewhat.
I seem
Now-
to get that a lot.
My character gives a look towards Presic.
It's the voice modulator. It really is the voice modulator. We should have taken we gotta take some of the bass out of it.
And maybe the name Terminus. We can.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not.
You can keep that name if you want, but I will say if you introduce yourself as Terminus to some people, they may become initially discouraged upon wanting to interact with you.
The people he's gonna introduce himself as Terminus to won't even know what that name means.
I mean, it is a
Terminus,
word.
I mean, terminus just means the endpoint to something.
How
Which
many
begs
people
the
know what
question? Are you going to upgrade this thing anymore? That might be an ill-advised name. If you might build another chassis that then is the terminus.
Yeah, Terminus 2.3.
much rather with the idea of XK.
I'm probably
Why-
just gonna put
Dash
like
2B.
little bits and bobs here and there that'll probably excuse my character's advancements. Like, hey, he's supposed to be really strong, but he has a limiter somewhere. Shit like that.
No, she's just being in character. I guess.
Oh, she was asking that.
Yeah, she was asking that. She was like, "What happens if you upgrade it?"
Well, it would seem that my naming sense is, as always, rather unfortunate.
If we find out that Infinity does have a beyond.
What?
Huh?
What?
Like, it definitely Terminus is definitely better than Work in Progressius.
I mean, so most of us as individuals, as human individuals, are named something, somewhat straightforward. Like, myself, like I have two parts of a name. My name is Esvind Axel. I have a first and a last name. But
Your last name too.
they're somewhat common, though. Your name is Terminus.
Terminus Van-
Again,
Maybe-
you operate
maybe-
under the assumption that I'm using a human name. I am distinctly not human.
Right, but
And
you're also
yet you
living
have the.
in a world that is comprised of mostly humans. And I would assume you're going to want to distinguish yourself from being both a human and being of robotic nature, which is why you've removed XK4 whatever -2. Right? You don't want a numerical designation, but you also don't want to intimidate the first people that you introduce yourself to as Terminus.
How is Terminus? Well, I mean, his body is intimidating. The voice, yeah, stuff of nightmares. But
Right. Well, I mean,
the name.
what I'm saying is
Terminate.
you
Right.
want to make a good
Terminus.
first impression.
Terminate. That's the association.
Right, you're looking to make a good impression when you introduce yourself to somebody, and being that your chassis currently is quite forward, to some maybe intimidating, it may give some individuals the wrong mindset. Like maybe you're going to cause harm, and naturally we know you're not going to just cause harm to anybody. But for the sake
You
of,
have
I don't know. I
actively
mean,
seen
you
me
consider
kill
it.
several people.
Oh well, I mean, we kill those. We have to, not necessarily. We just kill for, the pleasure of killing. At least, I'm assuming that's why you killed. Correct?
Do you assume that has changed simply because I have a new shell?
No, but many people won't understand that just by not knowing you. I mean, again, we're talking about curb appeal. First introductions and everything. I mean, it's up to you. I'm just merely a bystander here, and Dr. Prazik technically is your caretaker for what it's worth. So, I mean, if he feels it's an appropriate name for you to carry on, then I will respect it, and I'll respect your decision on your naming. I just think perhaps it might be intimidating to some people, as it were.
I'm just gonna miss the old XK, the old dash.
Same here.
But I'll tell you what, if I found myself in an alley with this, with Terminus, and we were getting into a fight with Alyosha's men, much rather have him there.
Agreed.
Coat's pretty nice too.
We need to fix
Thank
that
you. I made
modulator.
it
That laugh
myself.
sounds way too creepy.
Are you married to these colors? I have some suggestions.
I am open to suggestions, but I had been envisioning this for quite some time. It may be a hard sell.
I want a drink. I'm gonna get a drink.
Well, I have to say, now that I've kind of taken it all in, kind of like it. Considering what we're all talking about doing, kind of appropriate, maybe. I mean, we may have a new problem arising from this. We might have to clean shit off our boots from Ruslanders losing their bowels.
I shall
And worst
endeavor to
case-
take this as a compliment, Miss Shriver. Thank you.
Well, at least we have something to hide behind when they use the flamethrowers now.
Oh god, flamethrowers.
Oof.
Hey, wait a minute. Why don't we put a flamethrower on Terminus?
Yeah, let's attach more.
My character kind
More
of adopts a
guns
new,
and
like, a
weapons.
thinker pose.
That is
The what?
something I could do, but as I'm covered in iridium, it might be somewhat detrimental as my new chassis gets rather hot under the frame, and I don't know, because no one has yet to touch me, whether or not it helps to abate the outward heat. Prasik doesn't even want to seem to get near me.
Shriver puts her hand on you. Ooh, it's a little warm, but it's not as bad as the manifold was before.
That is good to know.
I'm thinking maybe we take some of those Vickers machine guns from down in the C Senora and mount them on his shoulders,
Please,
and then
please stop.
you see her kind of walk behind
Please,
him,
please.
and she goes, "We could put a chair like right here on his back, and maybe some sort of armor plating with a vision slit, and then I could just ride Terminus in battle and murder everything."
No, it's good. That's good. Let's get all the bad ideas out. That's good. It's
How
good.
is that a bad
Just-
idea?
Prasik just knocks back his drink and chuckles in the corner. This is so silly now.
I don't see how this is a bad idea, but whatever.
You do notice that all the exhaust ports are on his back, right?
Yeah, but
That's what
as
the
we've
chair
just
would be
seen-
for.
as we've just seen, he can configure those. We just have to, we just bring it back into the shop, move the exhaust ports out of the way.
Yeah, we'll do all that, and then you'll get like second-degree burns from being that close to all the
No,
heat
the
for an extended amount of time.
Iridium
really-
prevents the burning. You can't actually get burned touching him. I've already done the math.
Really good at karate for some reason. I don't know.
Hey, what about mortars then?
Oh, good.
I think that would be a bit heavy for my chassis to carry.
Hmm.
I'm more worried about the idea of
to
just-
think about.
I'm just more concerned with the idea of just moving one's consciousness from one body to the next. Dash, you felt nothing weird looking at your own body on a table? The one you
Should
I don't know. If I would see myself on a table, I don't know how I'd feel.
I planned this
Yeah,
for a
but he-
great deal of time, you understand, Dr. Prusik.
With the years I've occupied this body.
Yeah, you're like what, 6, 5?
I have turned 5 just this evening.
Oh, happy
Oh,
happy fifth birthday!
It has been a mixed bag.
Can we get you like a shot of some gasoline or something? Happy
I don't-
birthday!
He's
Thank you.
5.
Normally,
Yeah, but we don't know what
You
that
don't
comes
get
out
a-
to in robot years.
I mean, by my
Robot
estimates,
years.
it puts him at about 30.
Yes, by my estimates.
Look, everything he
Whatever
knows,
that means.
everything he knows, I knew when I was 30 years old. And he knows more than that now too, so at least 30.
If it makes you feel any better, no, any better, you still know more about currency than I do.
You don't have a stipend now.
You haven't paid me.
Bulk!
Yes, sir.
Write him a check.
And how much, sir?
Hold on, let me look over this thing real quick.
My character
Are you
just
sure
kind
you
of
wish
like.
to broker said deals while in your cup, sir?
This
you're
seems
not my boss.
unadvisable.
Trevor says he'll take another. Bring him a double.
Alright, I figured it out. I normally pay the miners about $100 for 3 weeks of work. You've done more than that. You've been with me for 6 months? So I owe you
Shriver is nodding
At least-
enthusiastic at you, Terminus.
$600?
I love being a robot.
$600 sound about right.
She starts like motioning her thumb upwards at you and nodding enthusiastically.
Make it $600.
At me or Dante.
You, Terminus.
Damn it.
Make it
Why
out
is this
to
character so endearing?
what's your name again? Terminus. Spell it out for him.
I do so.
See.
Terminus Zandink.
Very well, sir. He writes the check, rips it off, hands it over to Terminus.
Thank you, Mr. Balk.
My character looks at it.
What do I do with this?
Take it to the bank.
With the no bank account that he has.
Oh, banks will cash checks. This is the 1920s.
Right,
Banks will
but they're
just
gonna
get a
like
press
take a
check.
chunk.
True, but shit. So now he gets money.
I love that this is the first time that we're dealing with this.
I'm taking the $600 out of the money that I have right now.
We're in heroic fighting status, and this is the first time my character has had anything to do with money.
I'm now at 794. That's the most money I've spent in one shot ever.
Damn.
I don't even have a job if it makes you feel better.
That's because X completely forgot to pay us for the last couple of sessions.
I mean, we technically
What is
haven't
us you
needed to
speak
be
of?
paid.
True.
I mean, hanging out with Bruce Wayne has its advantages. I just figured that fucking Dr. Prasic was like fucking
to cover
being
it all the
money
time.
bags. If we want to get down to nitty gritty, I can pay you guys out.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine.
I don't have a job to be paid out, so it don't matter to me.
You're
But now he
enlisted,
actually
man.
has. Now he has 600 actual dollars, all his own.
I mean, if you want cash, like I haven't paid you guys in a while, and there would be an account for you, especially Mr. Axel.
I'll go rob
Dr.
her.
Axel. There you go. That's
I'll go rob. You know what? That also brings up the fact that we haven't been robbing the Roostlanders. Actually, every time we used to initially when this game started, we took their wallets.
We haven't had much of an opportunity for that since we got to Achtereind.
Oh yeah, well the last fight we were kind of in a rush to get the fuck out of there, so there was no time to take their wallets.
We still have that armor from the heavy.
That is true.
Check its wallet.
Anyway,
I also took
Back
his
to
shells
fight-
and grenades.
back to slightly buzzed Prasic.
All right.
I'm still just wondering what it feels like to just have your consciousness removed from your body and put in a new body.
Well, I think for you, you'd probably have to die first.
Ah, the Buddhist line of thinking. I like it.
I would recommend against that. It seems time-consuming.
Dying? Yeah, I imagine so.
You have to age another 50 years before you get anything done.
Terminus, you should go look up Theseus' ship.
That is a good story. Good.
Because, I mean, after all, are you really even still Terminus at this point?
No, he's no longer Dash 2.
Or Dad?
He's no longer Dash 2. He's renamed himself. I'm gonna miss Dash.
How can we be sure that it's the same person inside?
I can still name all of Dumont's, Axel's, and Prasik's antics for the last month or so.
But how can you prove that those are Terminus's memories rather than Dash's?
Well, I don't think he has memories at all.
Yeah, he does.
He has memory in the same way that you have it.
Dash, I'm gonna just name a random date, and he can just list off the event that happened at the time. See? Memories.
I'm pretty sure that's not memory.
I mean, wouldn't it work like you'd have some kind of storage drive, right?
What, you mean when I was banging against a rock with a shovel because none of you thought to outfit me with a gun? I still remember the face of that Brucelander as he looked betrayed at me. He never saw it coming.
Now, this sounds like something I'm going to have to hear about at some point.
Oh, we have a good flight tomorrow morning for you there. Oh yeah. By the way, there's a photographer coming.
What is a photographer?
He wants to take pictures of us in some candid moment planning the event.
Good. Drink more so that he can get lots of shots of you hungover.
Would he require audio?
I think he mentioned some audio, but most of it's still with he said just quiet film with no audio, just subtitles.
I could submit such audio.
Maybe save it for later.
Maybe I'll appraise you of some of my new features when Prasik seems more lucid.
I don't know about how I feel about a photographer.
Oh right, Dash 2. Remember to let me submit the patents for all the micro actuators that we made.
Very well. Remember to submit the patents for those micro actuators.
Well timed.
Did he just say he'll sue me?
No. Have some more whiskey.
Checkbook. Keep the checkbook. Fucking Nadia is a treasure.
Mr. Balk looks a little worried. He leaves the room and puts the fucking checkbook away.
He's done this with a con before. He knows.
Rich man getting drunk.
All right.
Let me tell you about the one time me and a con went and raced cars.
You spend
bought
the
6 of
evening
them.
with drunk Prasik. You can see that it's definitely out of character for him to get drunk, at least so much so. But a lot seems to be weighing on his conscience after the arrival of Terminus. You guys spend the rest of the evening doing whatever you wish with your time. Shriver is, of course, basically down to drink and whatever else that you guys get up to. And either way, you guys end up conking out, and the next morning...
Yeah, bigger roll to see how hungover I am in the morning.
Okay. Why are you at a -1? Is that from your age?
From age. It's old age does that too.
Oh, okay. The next morning you do pretty good. You, Mr. Balk, make sure you get hydrated.
I ate something.
Have something to eat. Yeah. And in the morning you're basically right as rain. Some nice clean whiskey that you have. $500 a bottle. You know the type.
Just cheap old stuff, you know.
Some of the throwaway whiskey that you have.
All right. What did? Oh yeah, Terminus is here now, right?
Yeah, in the morning you guys meet up around the breakfast table.
Wondering why the checkbook was moved.
Mr. Block, of course, make sure that you're aware of everything that happened the night prior.
Oh, I paid him. Oh, I was supposed to pay him anyway. $600. That's Jesus, like 3 times the salary of a minor. What the fuck were you letting me do?
I let you do nothing, sir. You did it of your own accord. So you guys have to, well, I mean, none of you have to, but your suits are to be delivered by noon today. Then there is, of course, the photographer who's going to meet you down when you guys are ready to head out.
So yeah, we're all having breakfast. I'm telling everyone that there's a photographer that's going to meet us because I don't remember telling them this last night.
You skip that little bit of info.
Yep.
You tell him about Sergeant Herman von Straten,
Yep.
who is going to be your photographer.
He wants to meet us. He intends to take some quiet imagery for a educational documentary he wants to film. I believe Axel assumes it's for history. One for the history book says this will be the first time that anyone's doing any kind of aerial photography for reconnaissance.
Yep. He says he wants to have it documented, and he wants to know who was all involved with it, and all the planning. So
He just wants photos of us planning and such, as they would in a movie.
I'll present this question to you, Dr. Presic, as you seem more lucid this morning. Do you believe some audio would help his case?
Can
Maybe.
you put audio on film?
That's a good question.
He'll press a button located just behind his shoulders.
Feel free to say something. Anything.
This is Lat Prasic of Plastic Industries, provider of vast quantities of silver to Gratidem and neighboring nations.
He'll hold up his hand, hit another button on his back, and then another. You'll hear a slight squeaking sound, and then he'll hit yet another button on his shoulder, on the small of his back, and then he'll start relaying the audio.
Ah! It's me. That's what I sound like? Ugh. That's not what I sound like at all. You sure that's right?
No, that's right.
Yeah, it's pretty spot on, Dr. Prasic.
Weird.
Well, that is definitely a neat trick.
That is very interesting.
Thank you.
I'm just
very
not sure
glad.
how you. I'm not sure how you would link that up to film, but
Well,
maybe.
I believe if he's figured out how to play it, all it is a matter of syncing the film with the audio track, and voila, audio for film.
But I suppose we'll ask the sergeant when he gets here.
What the real trick would be getting the audio to be on the film itself, rather than being a separate film.
Maybe that'll be a pet project of ours after we're not in immediate danger of being invaded by the Roosevelt.
Ideas later, yes. I like it.
You write some notes down in like your
little
inventor's
book.
handbook. Yeah,
A
like
little
your journal.
Yes.
Your mother.
I knew there was something I forgot to put on my soundboard.
Yes. All right, so you guys have breakfast and your newspaper, so that Hawk doesn't lose his mind.
That's right.
And at about 11:30, there's a knock at the door. You guys are delivered your new suits. You try them on, make sure that everything fits. Everything is perfect. Mr. Axel, you've probably never had a suit that fits so well. It is amazing. The materials are fairly opulent.
Soft yet durable. Stretchy in just the right places.
This is what life is. This is new meaning. Everything I've known is a lie.
It's like you found perfect balance.
We're going to the front lines again.
Too bad I gotta die.
You guys pay the artisans who made your clothes, and from there, well, the rest of the day is yours.
Well, we're supposed to go airborne first thing in the morning.
Yeah, we were supposed to go airborne first thing in the morning, really. Like, we were going to leave right after breakfast.
Didn't he say he was going to meet you around noon?
I told him, or Prazik told him, be there first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well,
Yeah. Oh, retcon.
allow me to retcon. Excuse me, Mr. Balk can actually deal with your clothes arriving and whatnot, but well, it depends on how long it takes. Actually, if you're going like first light, you'll probably be back in time to.
Yeah, the idea was, like, I want to go first light so we have as much daylight as possible to work with, so if we have to, like, circle back or something, we have time to do it.
Okay, that'll work. So we'll do that. You guys all head down to the lake, to the harbor, outside of the GNA headquarters, and head to the newly fitted Sea Senora. Out there, it seems somewhat unassuming. There are no guns pointing out anywhere. But when you guys lower the cargo ramp and step in, you can see the new machine gun emplacements sitting on their tracks with their guns up in the stowed position. You walk on and inspect, and it looks like the engineers did a pretty good job.
Sorry, I'm watching this Rick and Morty thing real quick.
Literally, fucking Axel trying on his suit.
Oh, it's real. It's fake. I don't want to go back. God, it's actually perfect. Y'all need to watch that real quick. It takes a minute.
I would, but I'm recording all my audio.
Oh man, maybe later.
I'll
You
check
can
that
insert. You'll insert it into the video.
Anyways, so you guys get ready, and Mr. Vought takes the controls. And I think it's just you guys and the photographer. The photographer meets you down there.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Van Stratton.
Does he want to get some shots on the dock or something?
Yeah, he
No,
sets
that's
it up
exactly.
so that... Go ahead.
So do you? Yeah. So I'm gonna, walk up and be like, all right. So, this is you've already met Dr. Axel. This is Miss Shriver, and I know we said it was an XK unit, but just forget it. This is Terminus and Dink. He'll be accompanying us as well.
Greetings.
Very nice. All right. So I guess just go about your inspection. Just don't. Just pretend I'm not here for the time being. Miss Shriver says, "No pictures of me, please." Says, "I'll do what I can."
Sergeant Herman,
What was that?
I had a query. Would you like audio of this?
He pantomimes in a circle as if he's searching for an appropriate word.
session of yours?
Audio. You mean like phonograph audio?
My character, much like he did with Dr. Prasic, would essentially start recording a couple lines of dialogue, stop, rewind it, and then play it back.
He says, are you able to take that audio while going about your normal business?
I am.
Also, another question: does that audio also include his fucking engine sounds constantly, or does he have like a way?
Yeah, I mean, it would.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Once the plane gets going, it's going to be fucking trash.
I guess we're gonna learn that in a minute.
He says, yeah, sure, audio would be great. I'm not sure how to apply it to film, but...
Don't worry, I'll figure that out
perhaps for
soon.
a secondary record.
Very well. I'll attempt to cut anything that Miss Shriver wishes to leave, you understand.
He nods.
You're not afraid of heights, are you?
No, Mr. Vaught? We haven't met. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm Sergeant Van Stratton.
Pleasure to meet you. No, so as you can see, there's not really a good position when we're up in the air for you to get good pictures. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to strap you into some stuff and open a door.
Sounds fun.
Okay, so just make sure you're... I mean, basically, you're going to be dangling out about as high up as we can get.
I'm not sure that that's necessary, though. These bay doors for your weaponry looks like they open, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if they're good enough for a gun to shoot out of, they're good enough for a camera to shoot out of.
No, but sure, but I mean, it's all mounted and fixed in place. That's the point, right? So what I'm saying is, for you, someone that might need to maneuver, you're going to have to be strapped in or locked into something, or risk, I don't know, flying out the back.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay. And I mean, judging by the size of your cameras here, they're a little larger than the appropriate holes that would be for any of those guns anyhow.
Well, whatever you think as the pilot would be the best way to tackle this. I'm open to pretty much anything.
For sure. I'm just managing expectations for
Sure, of course.
what's going to be going on. Because once we get flying and get up in the air, I'm not going to have the time to run around and lock you in place or get everyone to where they need to go. So
Understandable.
Okay, so that being said, let's go up into the nav room, and we'll talk about what the plan is for today's mission.
All right, I'm going to set up here on the dock as you, if you guys wouldn't mind going back through and giving the inspection real quick. I'm going to get some shots here, and then I'll meet you up with the camera equipment up in the navigation room. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Sure thing.
You see him start setting up a tripod. Miss Shriver just disappears into the belly of the Sea Senora.
Yeah, probably for the best.
I don't know what to do with my hands right now.
I hand you a clipboard.
You awkwardly pretend for the camera that you're going back through the for initial assessment. Okay. You make your way onto the plane after there's like a little bit of like shooting, and you shoot in a couple locations in the Sea Senora. And eventually he's got like a bit of his film. He says, all right, we're ready to go whenever you want. Everything from this point on is purely military business. So it'll be relegated to some film work and some larger stills for reconnaissance.
Okay.
But I have what I need.
All right, and so we.
I think that means we're ready to go.
Yeah. Okay. So I make sure that the staff sergeant has everything that he needs to get like fixed in place, so that he doesn't go. That we don't hit something or have to bank, and he goes flying out the back and dies.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get him squared away.
Okay. All right, and then everyone knows their position. Everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing. So let's do it. And I close up the door, or hit the button to close the bay door, and I head to the cockpit and get situated in there.
You guys
And
strap in, and
yep,
he
and
gets ready for the
get us going.
takeoff.
Yep. Go through my pre-flight checks and let us get going.
All right, let's get a piloting roll.
We're dead.
All right.
Enjoy that bare minimum.
I mean, it works. It's a success.
Yeah.
You take off from the lake and slowly raise up into the air. Mr. Van Straten looks a bit exhilarated by the feeling of taking off in a plane. Probably his first time up in a plane. He seems inquisitive. He's looking out the windows. He leans over to Lieutenant Axel, who is close to him, and he says, over the sound of the engines, "What's the deal with the girl? Why is she so camera shy?"
She's got an interesting history.
All right.
It's for her safety and yours too.
He leaves it alone at that, and you guys bank over Achtereind, and you see the city like from those of you by windows, see the city like shrinking out of sight for you as you head up to elevation. You can see zeppelins flying around the city, all getting smaller and smaller as you gain altitude. Eventually, you get to cruise height and make your final bank towards Illicoven. Now, with the speed that the Sea Senora is capable of, you guys will be in Illicoven in about a half an hour. But once you guys hit elevation, sorry, what?
We are fast.
Yep.
And Greiterdam is small.
Yes. Once you guys hit elevation, you guys are, well, most of you are allowed to move about the cabin freely, should you so wish. But you see Sergeant Van Straten setting up his rigging so that when the time comes, you guys can open the doors and get some footage.
Right. So part of our pre-checks is I was going to say, like, okay, the objective is that we're going to get the this will be on the port side, right? So we're going to open the port side door, and we are going to have all of your rigging set up on that particular side of the aircraft. So that will give you a wide enough swath. If we didn't get enough footage, let someone know, and we'll either reposition your rig or we'll do a flyby and do another pass. Understood?
Yeah. Who's flying?
Me.
No, I mean, like, right now as we're talking.
Oh, no, it's fine.
He's like, I tied the fucking yoke in place with some socks. It's good.
ZB502-A and ZB502-B are currently taking over.
No, I put a brick on the throttle. We're fine.
Well, I mean, you do have bots
Yeah.
that have been reactivated that can do the autopiloting for you. Either way, a short half an hour later, you guys are starting to see the familiar, like in the distance, the familiar shapes of the Sentinel Mountains. And you can see, like off in the distance to your guys' north as you're passing over the Silver Mountains, coming in to kind of like basically circle the borough of Illicoven. You can see the Radzivill, the old Radzivill castle that was there over on the west end of the valley.
Sorry, that was the wrong thing. I was trying to click notice to keep an eye out. See how soon I can see the.
Oh!
Yeah.
Boy,
Oh my.
Yeah, I can just see everything again.
All right. With a 22, you were able to see the Mega Zeppelin just over the Sentinel Mountains, where it generally seems to hang out. At this distance, it's difficult to tell if it's moving or not, but with your 22, you can tell that it's like essentially just slightly moving southbound. It's not like it's trying to get anywhere, but perhaps scanning or something like that. You're currently on roughly the same elevation as it is. Now, granted, this is off, like, it's a long way off, but you got that massive notice roll, so... Nice.
Enhance.
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 You can come at it from the same elevation, or you can try and get elevation on it, like a higher elevation. You can go lower than it if you want. That's up to you, Dr. Prasic, but you have to relay that information to the pilots.
100%. I'm gonna go to. Well, I'm gonna assume that I'm doing this from the cockpit already. Like we're flying around. I'm like, are we there yet? And I look out. And I go, oh, there it is. You see it?
Yeah, you spot it through the clouds.
I'm like, do you see it? Spot. It's right there. I'm gonna point to it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, and I hit the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Our appropriate target, we are seeing it at just if you look out your port side view right about now, you might get a good glimpse out off near the. One second. What's the mountain range over there?
Oh, that's Sentinel.
The Sentinel mountain range. You'll view our target, the aforementioned Mega Zeppelin. So if you or someone is interested in beautiful pictures of this particular item, please prepare your cameras now.
I think we should go a little higher.
Sure. And I'm gonna start to increase the elevation a little bit. So probably over the next couple, like we're moving gradually up in elevation.
Okay.
I suppose that would be your cue, Sergeant.
Sorry, I was swapping you guys over to the Illicoven map.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you start banking. If you look at the map, the Mega Zeppelin is over the Sentinel Mountains, like in this vicinity right now. You guys are coming around like the Silver Mountains, so that's like it's like 20 miles. Oh, okay. But you guys start banking around to get eyes on, and also what does that even say?
Bad guys here.
Okay. You guys start gaining elevation to get higher than the target. Within the next 3 to 4 minutes, you guys are like still miles off, and Mr. Axel, you're in the back, and you hear the sergeant go, "Holy shit! Have you seen this thing?
You see the Zeppelin?
Yeah, I got it off the port side."
Yeah, just take pictures of it. Look for the armaments. Anything that looks weak on it for potential attacks.
I'm on it! He shouts over the sound of the engines.
I'm jumping now. Yeah.
Where are we dropping, boy?
All right, and as you guys get closer, you guys lean out the windows and start staring at the Mega Zeppelin, and you see this.
I don't like this. It's taking him too long to load the image. It's always bad when it takes this long.
How many megapixels is it?
Oh no.
Shit! It's
Oh no.
So we can land on it.
Finally seeing it above the cloud layer, you're able
That's
to see
great.
this. I'm gonna drop this in the tabletop channel real quick. Also for you guys.
I love that Spoon's first reaction is we can land on it. I was right all along.
I assumed that it was just so fucking big that there had to be something that we could land on, but no, everyone's just like, I don't know that we can land on the damn thing.
Here we are. We could land on it. Got a fucking runway on it. Are you kidding?
2 runways. It's like 3 fucking aircraft carriers.
Aircraft carriers?
God, it'd be a bitch to land on that thing if only because it was moving.
Yeah. Jeez, the skill
I mean, I'm more
of
impressed
the...
that the thing can stay, like, together. Like, that has got to be a logistical building nightmare.
Oh, of course. I agree with you, Axel. That's gotta be insane to have been built. Seeing it from up here now, it's... How big are those cannons? These things have... Jesus, even the there's topside cannons on that thing. We might want to keep our distance.
Topside cannons, machine guns, propelled craft, multiple diesel engines.
I'm trying to count if I can see any crewmen walking the decks.
With your notice roll, you can see people walking the decks. Their clothes are whipping about. But the Mega Zeppelin itself doesn't seem to be moving a whole lot. It's relatively steady. It's just that they're high up in like basically the aerostream.
Airstream is a lot, really fucking high. There wouldn't be people just walking around without any kind of respirators up there. I don't think you can walk around in the aerostream if you were up there.
Like, the point is, right, that it's just very high up.
Yes, it's very high up.
Right, it's very high up. There
Aerostream
are
is a
people
little
walking-
much.
Because the other thing that I would assume would be the case is being that high up, like a strong gust of wind might just like whoop, just like throw you over the edge.
Yeah,
So
no,
they have to
aerostream
have
is like
something
Aerostream
in
is
place
like
to
200.
ensure that those people aren't just eating it over the edge all day every day.
Oh yeah, yeah, true, 100%. They probably are anchored to it somehow, or
Right. Either it's something with like, I don't know, there's probably some sort of harness that they're using
maybe
in rail systems, or the railings are just that good.
it's true too. Oh jeez, it's huge. Well, Dash.
No, but that's actually
I mean,
good news for us.
Terminus?
The size of it.
Seems you were right, and we could land on it.
Yeah, you hear Sergeant Van Straten like shouting like, "What the fuck are we doing up here?"
Sergeant, just keep taking pictures. We need as many of them as we can get.
Well, once we're done with this, we need to then move, and we want to get aerial photos of Illicoven, right?
Yeah.
So we make sure that he's got all the photos that he needs, and then once we're done, we'll move.
We can drop altitude, get over Illicoven, pass, and then
Right.
fucking fly back over Silver and get the hell out of here.
Right. That's like, let's make sure that we get everything we need for the primary objective, and then we'll move on.
You guys spend the next probably, what do you think, like 15, 20 minutes flying around?
Yeah, as long as they don't like spot us, I don't think we can fly stealthy. But I think it's for as long as we feel, I guess 10 minutes, 15 minutes feels like we're overstaying our welcome now. We should leave before they look up and see us here. At the moment, I feel like they are confident in, they hold air superiority, so they're not really looking higher than them at anything.
Yeah. They're not firing at you by any stretch at this point. You guys are well off from it using, telephoto lenses to try and get eyes on it. You come back and you do a couple passes over Illicoven. Just kind of getting your eyes down onto Illicoven is a very sad tale, as a lot of the buildings have been bombed out. Looks like there's been fires in Illicoven.
What about
There's no telling what kind of situation the people down there, if there's even any left,
what about
are dealing with.
What about the manor? The fucking manor. The one that was the hospital. I forgot what it was called now. Again.
Radziville. It's called the Manor.
Yeah, the manor. Right? Yeah, the
Radziville
manor.
Hospital.
Yeah, Radziville Manor. The hospital itself is it still look like it's intact?
It looks like it's intact, and it looks like it's been turned into some sort of camp around the premises.
I'm gonna point that out to Axel.
You see the sergeants getting photographs of everything and film.
You might still have people down there.
I'm sure we still have people, just probably
People towards us.
very little chance to form a resistance at this point. Looks like they've pretty well secured just about everything.
All right, you guys gonna pull off?
Yeah, after he's finished taking all his photos and everything, we'll be super careful not to swing too close to that Zeppelin.
We're going straight south. We're basically I mean, I know we probably talked about this, but the flight plan is like we go up near the Zeppelin. It's over Silver Mountain, so then we go. Sorry, it's over Sentinel. So then we'll pass it, come back down over the impasse, fly over Ilkoven, go south over Silver, and hit the Octarine Plain, and just head out.
Okay.
We never go back near the Zeppelin again.
Maybe stop by the port, yeah?
Yeah. We land, we set off, we get the sergeant off, and go for dinner that night. And I guess we'll do dinner next session, because it's like...
Yeah, it's time to wrap stuff up. You take the surveillance and head back south, egressing very much away from the New Dawn, and make your way back towards Achtereind. And I guess we'll stop it there. We'll pick this up on Thursday.
Every time you said Zeppelin, I was thinking just one giant.
I was thinking one big blimp.
Yeah, one big blimp. Well, no. Like, even if you're thinking like these big, like something like this, right? Let me show you a copy of an image of what I'm thinking.
I mean, I did refer to it as a mega Zeppelin.
Yeah, you did, but I'm still thinking like one piece like this, like even this, just bigger, right? Like, I'm thinking something like this, right? That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
I'm thinking
that's a
of
Zeppelin.
fucking. Yeah, I'm not
That's
thinking
a
of
mega Zeppelin.
Yeah, I'm not thinking of a flying aircraft carrier. Holy shit. That's like the goddamn borderline, it's from Avengers.
Yeah.
Oh.
It looks like something to be the fucking final boss in Tom Clancy or goddamn Borderlands.
I guess I could take it down for you guys. I mean, we can make it this Airlander thing if you want to fucking...
No,
deal with
it's
that
fine.
instead.
It's fine. No, it's fine. I'm okay with fucking trying to bring this bad boy down. It feels...
My plan
It
can
feels
work
like it
with,
could be even-
my plan can work for Super Zeppelin Boy. I can't fucking land on or near the Airlander.
No, yeah, that's
Yeah,
why I
shit.
was... I think that was the disconnect. It was like the image in both our heads were two different images.
Yeah, there are arms underneath it that grab biplanes and pull them up to a deck that's below that allows them to get up and onto the main facility. You guys haven't seen much of it because it tends to hide in the clouds. Use clouds as visual cover.
The helicarrier, that's what I was thinking of.
The shield
What kind of design
helicarrier.
you were going
Yeah.
for, because you said that these things were firing cannons that had like giant holes that were like artillery.
That's what I'm
the
saying.
fuck?
Like, that's why they're keeping everything at bay with these giant ass cannons. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for playing.
Thanks for having us.
I will see you on Thursday.
Yes, sir. Another fun session.
Yeah, that one, we're gonna go die now.
Well, we needed somewhere for the campaign to end.
Ready to
Right.
go land on that thing, we're gonna assault it. To be guaranteed. No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna wait for it until it's over so X doesn't change his plans.
Is it bad that after seeing it, that my disposition towards attacking this thing has actually risen? Because I thought it's like, okay, okay, how the fuck are we getting on this fucking stupid thing? Like, at first I thought we could just, like, ram our stupid plane through its, like, its mech hole or something.
Yeah.
Just, like, fucking, like, one-way trip kind of scenario. It's like,
No,
alright,
but
you
this is
guys ain't getting out after this, fucking fight or die. And then,
Yeah,
it's
and then
like,
we'll just jump out at the end or something.
and then everyone else assumed, just like, alright, we can't land on the fucking airlander, like Dante thought. It was like
Yeah.
we're not going on top of the thing, Dante. That's not what the plan was. But now that I see, it's like, okay, yeah, we can make use of this. And now my fucking
Yeah, no, it's
my
definitely that
Jaeger castles
situation of
actually
like.
work.
Yeah, no, definitely that situation has changed in my head too. It's like, well, we could totally land on this. This can actually work.
Yeah,
This plan
I've been wanting to show you this for a while.
So long.
If we can get enough, like, if we can get them to donate like 2 squads worth of dudes to get us on there.
We
Like,
might need more than 2 squads of dudes if that's how the fucking size of the thing.
I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, Spoon. I don't think every single person on that thing is gonna be armed. Like, they're not expecting a fucking strike force to come landing on their fucking runway.
That was accounted for in the plan. What I didn't account for was there to be an entirely second fucking Zeppelin and an aircraft carrier-sized
Look.
fucking...
Look, worst case scenario, we just gotta rig those fucking connecting pieces to blow. We just gotta get some cannons up there and just blast them. And then, I'm sure this thing will just tip sideways and fall out of the sky.
So anyway,
we're
I
killing
started-
Dante's brother.
I
Probably
started
his wife.
blasting.
Was that Hawk?
So anyway, I started blasting.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right, it's close to the old sleepy sleeps. Let me see what the boys are doing, and I'm going night night.